Hello, everyone. Saint here for our regularly scheduled Guild Wars stream. And I remembered between the last stream and this one that I wanted to get Savage Shot on my Ranger and otherwise do skill quests in Prophecies. So that's what we're going to do. I will, however, update Dunkoro with new hotness. New hotness is Healing Burst. Heals target ally, and all party members get the Divine Favor bonus, which makes it very nice. And also, hopefully the AI is smarter about using it. That's my hope. One can have that hope. I'm just, like, enjoying the... Smoothness isn't quite the right word, but, like, I can feel the HDness of the icons. Also, I was seeing that they released a patch where they fixed hopefully, the clipping issues that I was noticing in the damage monitor. Because I definitely was noticing some, and you may recall me commenting on it. Okay, time to go ranger up this business. This is not my favorite of missions, but whatever. Wilds takes a while. Probably won't worry about trying to do the bonus here. It doesn't help me particularly much. At least I should be somewhat over-leveled for this area. I wonder, do I have... Doesn't look like it. I wonder if you get that off of anything. I should check. I'm going to need to get it at some point in time. I'm talking about favorable wins, by the way. I know I'm not being super clear on that. But apparently they did a number of updates, and one of those updates was identifying the skill icons are showing properly now. So that's a good fix. I'm not surprised it was identified and that they're addressing it, though. Yeah, I'm definitely over-leveled for this mission. Part of me wants to just do the Masters to get it over with. Part of me is like, why would I want to do that? Actually, I should double-check something. Okay, none of those are this one. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have the Wilds as a Zaishin mission. I can hear multiple barrages going off. Oh yeah, that's why Barrage Splinter Weapon was so revered as a build. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well today. I hope everyone's been enjoying the release. Apparently, the game has been doing numbers on Steam, which is exciting, especially for a game that's 20 years old. Hey, Mr. Jack. Good to see you. So that's really exciting. They said that people were talking about, like, it's taking forever to download stuff, and they're like, yeah, expectations were exceeded, and the servers are overworked. So that's exciting news for Guild Wars 1. But yeah, my primary plans for today are to do a bunch of the side quests here in the Maguuma jungle. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right? How long will it last? It's a very good question. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna keep playing it because the game's good. That seems like pretty solid numbers, frankly. I'm proud to have been a part of that, I suppose. But it'll be interesting to see, like, how long it lasts. I hope it lasts long enough that we can get some more content. That would be really cool. More game to play. That'd just be so novel. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but or what that might even look like. Yeah, I agree. I think if players feel like there's stuff for that they want to do, and if there's new stuff coming, it will encourage them to keep playing. I do think ArenaNet could release more paid content, or DLC as they want to call it. Sure, why not? Even though DLC doesn't entirely make sense for an online game in some regards, but regardless of semantics, like as a term, if they do release more, I do think right now at least it would sell. Yeah, the bonus mission pack is cool. I would like more stuff to do with like existing characters and not just like skinning them as someone. I don't know what things they'd need to include in them. Honestly, I would love to see more skills for Paragon and Dervish specifically. They really are short on skills. Relative. You know? Like, this is one of the things I remember... I mean, I've thought about it for a while, but like... There's more room in the core professions for like jank skills than there are in for like basically the fewer games that they had skills for and the fewer overall skills they have, the less room, hey Clean Star, less room they have for like jank skills that are like maybe really weird or situational or whatever. I was also just thinking like the other day of like, okay, what would to make Wither good in PvE, how would it need to be statted? And I was thinking about that some. I think it'd have to be some very aggressive numbers. Yeah, I was thinking something because, I mean, I'd need to double check what it is right now, and I can't do that because I don't have it yet on this account. But it's something like a bit of HP and energy degen, right? And I was thinking like, okay, you give it a good chunk of HP degen, and then you have it have a huge amount of energy degen, and have it be while the enemy has 0 energy, they take further damage. Not degen, but damage. Kind of like how Seeping Wound works, right? Except it's looking for like 0 energy. And something like that would potentially work fairly well. Hey, Salty Grease. How do I do? I'm doing fairly well. I am excited about this game's future. I am in the wilds because I want to do some skill quests a bit deeper into the Maguuma jungle that will get me some skills that I want. I just got Antidote Signet like last time I played this character, as I recall, like at the end of that stream. Ah, sure. Makes sense, Mr. Jack. Currently vacationing the falls yourself. Man, the Wind Rider section at the end of that is brutal. Talk about -6 energy degeneration, minus health degeneration, loses health each second. Does suppose energy is 5 less. Yeah, so something kind of similar to what I was thinking. I'd probably honestly have the energy degen be even more potent. Yeah, that's one of the things about the falls is there's not like mid map checkpoints. It's just thankfully they let you respawn at the start of the map, but like even with that, it's it's such a brutally long walk back because the map is just so twisted on itself. It's just a big knot, and so it's like I remember doing that too. Like, okay, you don't just wipe here, but like, or like you wipe, but it's not like it's game over because they do let you respawn at the start. But it is a linear knot. Yeah, no, it's what you're doing is you have a single piece of spaghetti inside of a bowl that you're having to follow. And that piece of spaghetti is absolutely entwined on itself all over the place, but like you have to follow it from one end to the other, and it is atrocious. I still remember having a similar thing happen to me when I did my Vanquish of it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that, Mr. Jack. You do need health loss and not just degen. I think the idea of the degen cap is really interesting, and the way that it interplays with health regen and stuff like that creates some interesting conceptual spaces. It's just that health degen and regen are just so weak compared to the spiky nature of PvE. But even losing 20 HP per second doesn't really matter in the face of like how spiky things are. And like a lot of it is if you want, because the Wither is a pressure tactic skill right now. And if you want those sorts of things to work in PvE, you need to draw out PvE encounters, and that I don't think is necessarily desirable design. So it's like, how do you address that fact? You know? Man, I kind of want Cold Shot. Weirdly. Are there other flies faster? I know there's a few. Elites, at least. Quick Shot, I think, is a flies faster. Yeah, we've reached spider territory. What can I say? I want to get Savage Shot, and it's on the quest where you take the Centaur Heart to the Druid. Read the Wind, just a blanket applies it, but that obviously doesn't work super well with Barrage, so... that's why I was kind of thinking putting favorable winds on Acolyte Jin, so I don't have to worry about trying to micromanage it. Might actually be kind of useful to my party. I should check. 1 second, wiki check. Favorable winds. Okay, it is on a skill quest, but it's a Prophecies one, so I should just buy it. This is a factions character, I believe. So... Rook Plugalug. I would like to get this character to the Shiver Peaks. Well, somebody got that. Ooh, congratulations on the Totemax. I remember, like, farming those was absolutely huge back in the day. At least for a little while. I think it died down a lot. When did it come out? Totemax farming definitely died down a lot once Inscriptions came out with Nightfall. There's also the fan that you can get off of the Wind Riders. I don't remember the details of the fan, though. The Totemax was the main one. Because that's what? Sundering, Enchanting, Energy +5. The Caster's Axe. Okay, 13 minutes. This is actually a fairly... This isn't... I think of this mission as being really long, but yeah. I mean, the main thing about it was always, like, the martial weapons allowing you to be able to get a one-handed weapon with an enchanting mod. And then the +5 energy was actually useful to casters. So is the -5 energy one, actually, for advanced tactics, where you're hiding your maximum energy to protect it from energy denial and other things. But that's much, much more of a PvP tactic than it is a PvE one. For some reason, I think of this mission as being longer, but I definitely think it's because the bonus probably doubles the length of the mission. I will accept those. Oh yeah, I got this bow. I'm not going to use this bow. It's kind of a neat bow, though. Reducing poison duration on you is not a thing that... See, okay, so if I were to make more content for this game, one of the things that I would do is I would include greens with weapon mods that don't usually, like, fit together. So, for example, this bow, instead of having increased damage, has reduced poison duration. So, like, if you were to give functional suffixes that are, like, not actual suffixes and stuff like that, it'd be very interesting. Going back to bonus mission pack, if they add more, I'd love to see something to do with Guild Wars between Haskell and Krita. Yeah, I would love... Honestly, I would love pre-sunk ore content. That would be amazing. Adelburn has been so flanderized, in my opinion. Like, I don't feel confident in how he'd be handled, but I might want to grab this icy mod off of this scimitar. I'm just gonna ID and sell stuff. Obviously I need to look at the value of some of these armors. Okay, where is the bonk? There it is. I also appreciated that they lowered the costs of a lot of, like, the, additional character slots are cheaper now, and, additional bank tabs and such. So that's really exciting. But I feel like Adelburn has, like, over time been viewed as more and more one note than he actually was back in the day. So a lot of spider legs. I'm gonna actually put this in the bank for now. I'm not sure if Virtuosos is worth anything. I definitely am gonna want this Zealous mod off of this. I should just take it off, though. I'm not going to use that bow. Okay, I did get to keep the bow, so that's good. Radiant Inscription can go in the bank as well. Probably not the best place for it, but yeah, let's go ahead and move it over to this. Superior Fire. Oh, I actually have one of those. That's kind of nice. I don't need this bad longbow, though. Get this out of here. But I do like the idea of being able to get, like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like a sword with a 15 over 50 and a 20 under 50, right? Like, not, it doesn't have to be a sword, but like a weapon that's got that sort of arrangement where, like, you've got just stuff fit together that normally doesn't fit together. I think that would be really interesting. I need to go and process a bunch of random things. I have a lot of random runes on here I need to look at. I'm not going to do that right now, but I definitely have that on my back of mind of something I do want to be doing. Okay. Did I rune this character up with 2 majors? I did. I approve of that decision. Dervish runes are probably kind of expensive right now. I think monk ones were a little bit expensive too. Do I want to do Bloodstone Fen? I want to get to Coral Falls. Doing this will get me there. And get it entered into my book, so I might as well. Bloodstone Fen definitely is a longer one, though. I have part of this map uncovered from the Elias mission, but I'm not surprised we have favor. I imagine lots of people are working on titles that'll get us favor, so I'm sure it's not hard to get energy with that. Yeah, it is. Right, I do want to remember to stop and grab favorable wins off of something. Actually, that's an interesting question. Okay, I do actually have favorable wins unlocked. I just have it on my Necromancer. You know what? I just started this mission. I'm going to go ahead and restart it. Hey, Dead on Stick. Thank you very much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Right. Distracted. Favorable wins. Where is it? There it is. I'm going to slot that on. Let's do this again. Oh man, you gave out a bunch. I really appreciate that. It just keeps going. It's definitely earlier than you should be using favorable wins, but that's okay. Does anybody know how well the AI will use Draw Spirit to keep nature rituals with them? Now you two can enjoy all 3 of my emotes. I probably should have more emotes, but I would need ideas for more emotes. I mean, it's okay to just have it be something that's around sometimes. Yeah, I might want to try it out. It's going to be a little bit before that's at all relevant to my life, but it might be something worth trying out. Because if I can have Acolyte Jin drag a favorable wins with us, that would not be a bad thing. I'm definitely not doing the bonus here. The bonus here sucks. Where do you think you're going? That would be neat. Yeah, because that's a little how they work in Guild Wars 2, right? Is the Ranger Spirits in that one. Are they stationary or do they follow you around, actually? I don't use them in Guild Wars 2, particularly. So I don't remember how they work now that I'm thinking about it. I've liked Gale Shot. It's the new elite spec. Been enjoying that, and I liked the Bunny Thumper elite spec decently well. I don't know. Everything is so complicated in Guild Wars 2 that it takes a while to learn anything. Like, one of the things that I appreciate about this game is that skills do a thing and not, like, 4 different things that you have to try to remember which skill does which of those, like, parts. Like, that's the thing that's really interesting to me, in some regards, about Guild Wars 2, is a lot of times skills are built out of, like, several different chunks of, like, functionality, kind of like building blocks. That's fair. And so it's like... a process of trying to remember which of those blocks belongs to which skill. It's like... it's very weird. I find it weirdly difficult to memorize Guild Wars 2 skills. And I think it has something to do with the system of how it's, like, just put together. Like, stuff isn't unique enough, I guess, is what it kind of comes down to. A hype chest? What is a hype chest? Okay, well, apparently there's a spill the tea emote. I don't know. Also, if anybody has any, like, ideas for emotes, go ahead and drop them in the feedback channel of my Discord server. Man. Kind of feeling a little hyped about when I finally get around to doing that stream playthrough of Middle-earth Shadow of War. Yep. Single-handedly making a hype train. Honestly, I should just, like, I don't know if you're allowed to or not, but making Chillblains an emote feels not inappropriate given how I complain about that skill. Just wiping out all of our enchantments, getting spammed like nobody's business. Because I think I need to get, yeah, down there to get that to act. Oh, man, this mission is so much better with 2 people. There's so many, like, go back for a Vine Seed moments. Is that thunderclapping appropriately? The answer is yes. I just saw thunderclap go off. Thunderclap is really nice because it applies weakness and cracked armor, which, and it's an interrupt, and it does AoE damage. Not the hugest AoE, but... because doesn't Spill the Tea, like, slang for gossip? Somehow. I don't know how that happened. Slang is a weird creature of its own devising. Yeah, you're right. Spill the beans. I am used to that one, but that's like, okay, tell me what's going on, share the secrets, that sort of thing, right? That's usually what I think of it as being. But it's similar to gossip. Maybe somebody interpreted that as coffee and somehow it got to tea. I don't know. Yeah. I think salty grease is right. Kind of a subtle distinction. I was actually having a conversation with my... This is making me think of, like, one of these, like, okay, but what's actually going on here? Sort of conversations. And I was talking with my sister on a walk. We usually walk most days. And we were talking, okay, like what's the difference between happiness and joy? And the spot that I ended up settling into, I know, spilling 1C would be sacrilege. But the spot that I ended up falling into is that happiness has to do with being pleased, and joy has to do with a response to gratitude. Like you're feeling grateful about something, and that inspires feelings of a positive joy emotion. That's kind of where I kind of sat. Now I'm wondering how like British tea compares to like how a lot of like the Asian cultures prepare their tea. It's not something I've thought about particularly much before. I just think of both of them liking tea, but for some reason the sense of how that feels is different in my head for how like Japan or China like enjoy tea versus how the Brits enjoy tea. Significant, but in like different like expressions of that. Okay, I need to go grab another vine seed, and that's going to trigger some dudes to attack, and that's going to be annoying. What do you 1 health? No, that's a nice one. Probably not faffing about with other attributes. Yep, there they are. There's the moss scarabs. I knew that would spawn some moss scarabs. I got Elias getting run into a corner. You know, that's something that I'm suddenly finding myself wondering about. Like, as a viewer, you're not paying attention to the game the same way I am, right? Probably. Because what am I focusing on? And it's interesting to think about, okay, viewers, like as a viewer, it's usually easier to focus on more things at once because you're not fixated on playing the game the same way. Like, what details are you noticing that I'm missing because where our focuses are in different spots? It's kind of interesting to think about. The groups of 7 Wind Riders in the Falls map is just the devs predicting E-Surge, Hero Sense, and giving us a taste. Yeah, right? It's more like, because they spam Crippling Anguish and Cry of Frustration, but there's definitely some of those enemy groups that are like, oh, if my entire team is just bringing this one really obnoxious skill, it's actually can be super effective in certain circumstances. Like, the enemies definitely demonstrate that at times. You know what? Let's go ahead and kill this for the morale boost. Why not? Okay, let's get close enough that the AI actually fights this thing. Guardian. That's a problem for me. A really good Guardian. What the heck? I was blocking a lot. And it's a 50-50 chance each time, so I don't know. A little bit on, I haven't like looked through all of them, all of the new skill icons, but I definitely have like, I've done a few things, because if you go into graphics and you do this, you can see the old icons, and so like, I've definitely done a few rounds of this, where it's just like, really interesting watching things kind of change, and like look at Lightning Orb on Vec, right? And you'll see its scale shrinks a little bit. Air attunement's obviously very different. Yeah, there's a few that I know have changed. Air attunement is one you can see, like this is what it was, this is what it is now. It's a little bit more lightning oriented. I wish that it still had at least an outline around the hand, because I think the HD version, the hand is a little hard to see, because it doesn't have an outline around it individually. I heard Drunken Master was changed quite a bit, but the old Drunken Master icon never made any particular sorts of sense. I'm not sure what other icons have changed besides those two. There was another one that I saw, Tryptophan Signet, I think they changed to like be more Signet-y. and like show a turkey or something rather than like a bag of like pellets or whatever it was. But yeah, here's, by the way, the corpses of his Shining Blade unit. Apparently they didn't do a good job against his Maguuma warriors. I've heard some talk about some other ones being changed. The only ones I know of that have like been like major change and not just like slightly modified are Tryptophan Signet, Drunken Master, and Air Attunement. But Air Attunement is like a large adjustment rather than like completely changed. Tryptophan Signet and Drunken Master are like completely changed. I don't know any others offhand, but like all of them look a little bit different. And like seeing them here, it's like, oh wow, these look like so much. It's hard for me to find the right word for it. Cleaner doesn't feel like quite the right word, but it's just like it's just different in a like I can feel the HDness, I guess, is what's going on sort of way. I'm gonna take out these Wind Riders because I have a sneaking suspicion there'll be a problem if I don't. I heard Imlad changed. Yeah. I don't think I have it on any of the characters on this account yet, so I haven't. You know what needs to be changed is the actual functionality of winds. I don't know why winds is such a bad skill. There's definitely been some saturation changes. Cry Frustration is a lot less saturated than it was. Mend Condition is a bit less. Its brightness is down, I think. That's the best way to describe it. It's definitely interesting how, like, some skill icons are a little bit more subtle in their differences than others. But they did fix the problem of the skill icons getting cut off and the damage pop-up thingies. Like when you take damage from skill, how it would show the icon for the skill that hit you. At first it was really throwing me off, and then I realized after a while what was going on, and was like, oh, I see what's happened here. The skill, the icon was getting clipped, and it seems ArenaNet realized what was going on too and fixed it. So it's interesting. Like my own debugging brain was like eventually able to figure out what was going on because I don't know. Other people I'm sure did too, but it's just the debugging mindset of okay, what's going wrong here and in what way and stuff. Good old random links to who knows what. Okay. I usually don't comment on the spam bots, but back in range of favorable winds. It's like 2.5 minutes, right? 150 seconds. Well, that's a long time. I still want them to make the Melandrew and Renth costumes for Guild Wars 2 and Cormier, I guess. Because Cormier, they don't have an avatar form to base it off of. Because they have the avatar forms as outfits in Guild Wars 2 for Duena, Balthazar, and Lissa, but they don't have Melandrew or Grenth. They have Grenth's hood as a hat, though. Very weird to me. Anyway. which is different from the outfits aligned with the gods that are in this game. Those are like follower outfits or whatever. I don't think those are in Guild Wars 2 at all. Just wanted to drop this Vine Seed. Did they drop anything? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, good job, Vec. You hit it with Thunderclap just in time for me able to get energy from it. With Body Shot. Here on my microphone that's tickling my mouth. Cheek. My cheek. Now that I think about it, I think I normally would do the Mysterious Message quest and then go here. Let's see. What do I get from Mysterious Message? Maguuma. What is this? Alphabetical, probably? Storm Chaser and Pure Strike. Yeah, I kind of want both of those, so I should go do that. I guess Storm Chaser is a little dubious as a skill, but it's a good run skill, though. It's nice for if you're trying to do running, because it lasts a long time. Like 18 seconds or something with a 30-second recharge. Decent wilderness survival. I definitely need to go through and make sure I've done all of the skill quests here in Prophecies. I have irresistible, so it should be fine. These guys use Drider's defenses. Not a particularly good skill. Like it's a really strong defense, but it's such a long cooldown. I just toasts. Good to see ya. Yours is definitely one of those names that I'm trying to do my best to guess how it's pronounced. All right. Hableon time. Cutscene about Hableon skipped. For some reason... Okay, could somebody tell me why Dunkoro and Elias are running that way? What do they think is over there? I am curious how many people historically played with the quest log open so they could see their current quest / mission objectives. Because that's not something I've ever done. Every now and then I'd pop it up to like reference it. But I've never felt a need to do that or nor been in the habit of it. So it's something that I hadn't thought about people doing. This is not my behavior. It sounds like something that other people definitely do. Obviously, they made a thing for that because it was something that people do. And I do want a crippling recurve bow just for the nostalgia, if nothing else. I want these gold coins, thank you. Well, there goes Hableon's gold coins. Actually, no, this is an entirely different direction. Oh, yeah, I have to do that one first. Okay, that makes sense. Any skills that are like speaking to me in loud words? I could pick up favorable winds now, but it's already unlocked on my account, so I don't really feel a need to. Are these... Hang on. This is a weird question. Yeah, they are showing the HD versions. That's interesting. Kindle Arrow's HD looks like it has a much darker arrow on it. Fear Me is also a lot darker. Highway is slightly repositioned. It's interesting toggling between those and seeing the little differences. Wild Blow is a good one for me to pick up at some point in time as well. But again, I'm not necessarily in a haste to grab specific skills. I want to see what I get off of skill quests and stuff first before I start worrying about skill purchasing bonanzas and stuff anyway. If I want to go up there... honestly, I think I'm going to just leave from the wilds for this. Because I do want to do... Is this what I'm selected? No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I do need to do Chasing Zenmai next time I'm there. I want to do a Mysterious Message. Not to be confused with the other Mysterious Message, with the Mysterious Message, etc. But Radiant. Oh, well, I'm certainly happy for another one of those. I need to put that in my bank as well. I think this stuff is, yeah, Pirebound, which makes a lot of sense on account of enemies. A lot of enemies do fire damage, so it makes me a little bit more resilient to that. It's also why I like Pyromancer's Insignia on Elementalist. I think the other... I mean, you can justify any of them, but I feel like Pyromancers in general are the bigger danger of Elementalists most of the time. Like, there's more enemies that are probably fire than the other elements, although there's some really notable, like, Ice Imps, for example, as Hydromancer, as Marganites, as... well, that was satisfying. Marganites as Aeromancers. And there's a few enemies that are notable earth magic users, but I don't know. I feel like fire tends to be such an AoE threat that if you are picking a specific one to go against, fire is the one I'm leaning towards. Yeah, that's the thing. Is there just fire AoE is just so much stronger than the other elements, largely speaking. Fighters. Yeah, because I need to go this way over to the Maguuma Stade. Or Mamnoon Oasis. Mamnoon Lagoon. Fun name, Mamnoon Lagoon. Maguuma Stade is a different thing entirely, and I'm probably not rushing there. Man, favorable winds would be so much more usable if it had a 1 second activation time. Like, if favorable winds had like a 1 second activation time and like a 10 or 15 second recharge, it would actually feel like a pretty decent skill. But because it's a 5 second activation time with 6 second recharge, it's just like you move on from battlefield so quickly in PvE that it just kind of feels a little bit more. I'm still bringing it because I feel like with 2 bow users and it's a way to help with the downsides of my flat bow, I kind of like having it available, but I wouldn't mind a balance update if it's done thoughtfully. I wonder if they collect usage data on skills. I certainly would want to have PvE skill usage data and PvP skill usage. Yeah, I agree. Preparations have the same sort of issue. It's like any sort of enchantment that you have to maintain as well, but a lot of times those are shorter, obviously. I was talking about this. I feel like if I were to do preparations, what I'd want them to be is a toggle that you toggle it on and it applies a set of things. So like maybe Read the Wind makes all of your bow attacks cost you 1 energy, but you add the damage or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they would approach doing that. Of course, if you do that, you have to also change prepared stance or whatever, but like that elite is not particularly useful with outside of choking gas anyway. And you can just as easily have it do some benefit while under the effects of a preparation instead. I think one of the hardest things about thinking about it's not just skills in this game. It can happen if you're like custom designing cards for like Magic the Gathering or whatever as well. I'm trying to find a good spot for a nice screenshot here. There's fine, I guess. It's just a really pretty little area. I like the lagoon, Amnin Lagoon. Person you think preps should have no duration, instead affect next X arrows. Yeah. That would also be a really good way of doing it. Like you prepare a dozen arrows or whatever, or prepare 24 arrows, or yeah, that would be another way of doing it. Like affects the next X attacks, basically. Kind of that puts it in a similar category to like a splinter weapon or a weapon spell. So they certainly have the tech for it, and that would be definitely a way that you could handle it. Yeah, weapon spell glyph style. Yeah, I like that that's a really good way to approach them as well. I like that even better. You kind of need to break your head around like what things have been done to what things could, like what other possibilities might you want to explore. I still like the idea of detrimental weapon spells that you can use to get rid of enemies' positive ones. Yeah, rapid fire should probably just be a stance though, yeah. While wielding a bow, you attack X faster. Or like maybe while wielding a ranged weapon, you attack X faster. But like there's dulled weapon? It's a hex. It's a hex that like prevents critting and has some other damage decreases. I don't use it particularly much, but like that one feels like it was designed to be a weapon spell that you apply to an enemy. And the idea of like, oh, you can get rid of positive weapon spells with negative ones and vice versa would be really an interesting design space to explore. Yeah, it is. It's a hex, and it feels like it should be a weapon skill. Little hut over there. Yeah, Holy Wrath definitely feels like its saturations are a little bit different. I'm noticing the red on it a lot more. But yeah, I don't see any reason why rapid fire couldn't just be a thing that made you attack faster while wielding a bow. Let's not have you cast Rotting Flesh. And into the Silver Wood. What is the name? Is it Shaded Wood? There's a zone with a somewhat similar feeling name in Hexen. Yeah. So Ranger IAS skills, I think the main ones I remember offhand are Rapid Fire is the preparation. There's the Elite and Expertise that gives you +2 marksmanship. That one's pretty decent, but it is your elite skill. And then there's also the Beast ones that give you +33% attack and like disable your non-attack skills for 5 seconds or something. But they're in Beast Mastery. And then there's the PvE only one. Like there's a couple that work with pets. Rampage is one, and then whatever the other one is. There's the elite. There's the elite, and then there's the PvE only one that increases your attack speed by 25%. It gives you plus. Yeah, never rampage alone. So there's a couple. Anything that requires me to spec into Beast Mastery without bringing my pet feels weird. And the fact that they were like, "Oh yeah, this skill is good. We should have 2 of it. We should do it again in factions." Is should target that one first. Very strange to me. I never use them, so I don't really remember the names offhand, but the one has a tiger icon. The Prophecies one, I think. Are they getting protected by well, there's a Maguuma protector. Yeah, Tiger's Fury, Bestial Fury. Those are the ones. Thank you. I never use them, so as I just said. But I think those are 33% attack speed increases. The big problem is that they're 10 energy, which you can do as a ranger, but yeah, they're just too energy intensive. You need expertise to make them affordable. This is like the only spot Wind Riders spawn on this particular map, which is interesting. No, don't kill Alari. I need Alari for my quests.
May the gods protect you.
Yeah, good old Storm Chaser. Pure Strike is also a nice one to have if I use the Ranger Expertise Sword later. Okay, this is where I would normally walk down to Coral Falls, but because I already have it, I can just warp there. Crushing Blow and Barbed Trap. Crushing Blow is another one that's good to have if you're doing certain things, so I'm certainly happy to pick that one up on this character. I have been hydrating. I don't have the camera on, so you can't see it. Good old shoulder roll. And the White Mantle have a long history here in the Maguuma jungle, don't they? Starting with this, but eventually Have Bloodstone Fen as well in Guild Wars 2 times. Man, Hendrik and Ravi is so weird to me. How it's supposed to be like some super important outpost, and then you actually get there and there's nothing. There's the primary quest and some NPCs. I mean, there was like the unique lieutenant's helm and stuff, but it's just so big and so empty. It's very strange. It really feels like they were running out of time and budget towards the end of Prophecies. It does. It really does. Honestly, I think like when we get to Henjid and Ravi, we should have a bunch of side quests that we can do, and one of those like fill up the meter sort of things, like befriending the Kurzik/Luxons. Or having to get a certain rank for the Sun Spears or whatever. I don't know. It's interesting to think about where the game went, what they might have done if Prophecies was designed last instead of first. How might things with it have been done differently? And like one of the things is and they could still do this. I think elite skills should start showing up in Kryta. Because as it is, it's way too concentrated in the Southern Shiver Peaks and the Ring of Fire. Just because they didn't start having them show up until the Crystal Desert. And that's so late into the game that like everything, they have like very few areas to put them in, so it all gets super concentrated. Papa's no complete destruction. I don't have no idea what Jin's talking about. But I know I can go back to Gareth and turn these in. But yeah, Prophecy side quests. It's weird though, because like Maguuma Jungle is super dry on side quests, except for a few notable skill quests, and then there's more in the Crystal Desert, and then it's like completely absent after that. It's very hit or miss with Prophecies elites. I agree. There's some that are decent. A lot of them were core. Like Word of Healing is a good example of like that's a really solid skill, but that was made a core skill. And Mindburn I like. That's another example of one that is good but core. What are some of the Prophecies only elite skills? Is Thunderclap Prophecies only? I like that one quite a bit. Ha! Victory. Feels really good to D-shot empathy. How much those guys freaking spam it on you, especially in hard mode. Hard mode empathy spam is a bane of all martial characters' existence. Missed it, but that's okay. Goes down fast enough in normal mode. Especially when we're out leveling them like this. I mean, it's the other thing too of like, you would have people join you in Ascalon if you were doing it over again, and you'd get to level 20 and pre-searing LDOA, it wouldn't be a thing, etc. Like, it's just the pacing of the game would be different if you had designed it later. I do think Prophecy's internal pacing works really well within the context of Prophecies, but not in the context of all the multiple campaigns and stuff. It is a little bit slower than the other ones, but I don't think that's a problem necessarily. Okay. I'm trying to determine if these guys are bonded. Well, if they're not enchanted, they can't be bonded, so that's a moot point. Got Shattered Enchantment. Nice. I figured I'd use a skill right away, and I was correct. I think at this point I just need to go see Counselor Valor for my reward. And I am right. That is what I need to do. Why am I going that way? That way would be the long way. I want to go this way. I might be obstructed by tree roots. Enormous tree roots. I do like how the resurrection shrines in each region change appearance. I think that's really neat. Little detail. Maybe it's a detail that's to be expected, but it still is a neat one, I think. Vac? You have Milani, Jin, and me, and you chose to empathy Vac. That is an utterly perplexing decision to me. Ooh, it's be windy outside. Could be a valuable insignia. Could be a rune of minor absorption. You just never know. It's, oh, minor vigor and survivors. That's actually pretty good. That is actually pretty good. I'll take that. Counselor Valor, I need to speak to you about the white mantle that you're already aware of. Yeah, I'll talk to him and grab your urgent warning. Deep root. I need this quest, so that way I can get the quest that gives me the skill that I want. I'll talk to Ventari. You will be super important, but you don't know that yet. Bye. Weird cane. I'm gonna sell that. Minor vigor, please. The other one's probably worth taking out too, if I had to imagine. Okay. I'm just gonna put this minor vigor on my armor. I don't know why I have that there. I should sell that. Okay, hang on. I have enough random runes floating around. I'm going to take a moment to clean out my inventory here in Eode Guild Hall. Ooh, that's blessed. I'm definitely selling that. Put these chitin fragments away. Okay. Rune trader. Please take runes. I was correct. Survivor's insignia is valuable at the moment. How does that compare to... Minor vigor, currently unavailable. Major vigor up to 15 plat. Man, people really want clarity runes also. Major death. Yeah, that's not worth anything. I'm not surprised. That can go in the pile. Wanderers, that's a monk one. Yeah, it's not worth anything. Infiltrators is assassin. It's not worth anything either. I didn't really expect it to be. Hoping I'd get some good stuff out of those. I'm just gonna go for the old ID and merch philosophy here. Highly salvageable for 8 things of wood. Garbage. Just tragic. Tragically terrible. Oh, that one has improved sale value, so that one's nice. Okay. This one, I'm just gonna merch. Virtuoso's minor air. My minor air is probably not worth anything. A little bit, but not really. Yeah, I know the rune market's gone bananas. Yeah, minor healing is still sold out. I was able to get one briefly on Wednesday, as I recall, but I can pick up a soup healing for Donkey, though. I think I will. Okay, Virtuosos. Okay, that's worth 370, so that's definitely worth salvaging out. Minor air was not worth anything, though, right? Yeah, not enough to warrant salvaging that one. Heralds, that's, I believe, here. Yeah, that's worth Bumpkus, what I thought. Pyromancer's Major Tactics. I doubt Major Tactics is worth anything. Pyromancer's, I doubt is worth anything. Minor energy is, yeah. And Ghost Forge. Oh, I have an extra salvage kit here. Neat. That's Ritualist. Okay, that's also not worth anything. I know. Clarity is crazy. Shamans is way up. A bunch of these are also a little bit higher. Dervish, Windwalker. Okay, that's just 2 plat right now. It's been higher. But my goodness, Minor Scythe and Minor Mysticism are through the roof. Yeah, people are turning to majors as well, as they should. I'm surprised Necromancer stuff isn't higher. Oh, right. I needed to sell this one. Not Prodigies, but a lot of the Mesmer runes were out of stock Wednesday. Is it still as bad as it was? Maybe not quite as bad, but yeah. Superior Domination is gone. My Major Domination is gone. Minor Domination is gone. Man, being a Mesmer is rough on the rune front. I need an ID kit, please. Actually, I'll take 2. Thank you. A lot of these things are just not worth very much. But okay, let's just... The rest of this can go away. Go faster if I hit this button. Okay. Cleared up my inventory. Got myself some platinum. Okay. Now that I've cleared that stuff up. Had its time coming. Good old 170 HP healing burst. Good times. Did I need to do something more for... Okay, yeah. I need to defeat the forces surrounding the area. Time to go to down on the White Mantle. So, I'm not necessarily against what you're saying there, Mr. Jack. But I kind of like the supply-demand angle for Runes Insignia. What I would... I don't know. Maybe that's just me also kind of just being used to it. It provides a guaranteed thing that people want, and therefore a way for newer accounts to potentially get money, but also can cost them a lot of money. So it is kind of a double-edged sword in that regard. Yeah, no, I get you 100%. I probably can't call this too super new of an account if I have 152 or almost 153 hours in it, you know? I'm still struggling with, like, my finances on it. But, like, I could also be doing Nick gifts, and that would be helping with them a lot. Okay, so what I actually want to do here is dropping Eves. Yeah. It's like what... Part of it is the economy in this game is a bit wonky because they don't have a great way of... It's so much of it is ad hoc. And because of the character gold count limits, etc. as well, that contributes. but like there's not necessarily things to spend your money on except for like very exotic skins. I do wish there was a weapon mods trader, or like if we could, another way of kind of approaching it is you could leave the traders there, but then you'd make things accessible via Zaishin coins. It's like if you could get any superior rune you wanted for gold Zaishin coin, any major for like a silver, and any minor for like, I don't know, 50 bronze or whatever. Yeah, that's another option, is have weapon mods and other things craftable. And like that could potentially give some use to some materials that are lesser used as well. But I don't necessarily mind having them be like, oh, you can use Zaishin coins to get kind of around this limitation and things like that. But I don't know. But getting the weapon mods you want for the weapons skins you want and stuff like that can just be a real hassle. And especially when you're trying to set up heroes. And especially for martial characters, because casters, if you want a 40-40 set, you can craft it in factions easily enough, but... I don't need to go for those guys. I just need to go in here. Is Ecto down at 4K though? That's wild. And that's what's so weird is that so much of the secondary market is positioned on Ecto, which is like a fluctuating value. Okay. Go back here and talk to Deeproot again. Why is my left ear feeling so warm? It's weird. You personally like that there is a sense of progression rather than getting all the best gear immediately. They usually equip your heroes with just my own drops. Yeah. I can understand that. And what a weird skill that I never use. This is what I'm here for. Savage shot. I think that's fair, Mr. Jack. How would you have preferred them handle it? Have, like, a reward connected to the Zaishin quest that allow you to be able to get special stuff exclusively that way? Because that's functionally what it's doing, right? I guess there's an argument that it could have rewarded Balthazar faction, and Balthazar faction could have been used as a cost, since that was something that already existed. Let's do what I expected. Yeah, Z-coins are tradable, which has some benefit. That is an interesting thought of Z-coins replacing Ectos and arm braces. The problem is it's really hard to displace things that are already in place and that people are used to. It makes me think of the XKCD comic of like, These 14 different standards are a mess. We should do one unified standard that consolidates everything and like works really well and efficiently. And then it's like the next panel updated. There are now 15 competing standards instead of 14. You know, that's what it makes me think of. Yeah, that one. D-shotted heal other. Oh, yeah. Partially based on prediction. Actually, entirely based on prediction and getting lucky. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I kind of like some of the market fluctuations in the game because I think that's interesting. But I can definitely see how it could be frustrating from other perspectives. And I find, like, having a general sense of, oh, this is about how much these are worth. Oh, it's high right now. It's low right now. Things like that. It's kind of interesting to me. But it would be nice if they, like, if you could craft weapon mods and insignia / runes, which honestly would not be an untoward thing. I think that would be perfectly reasonable. If those were used, like if spiritwood planks were commonly used to craft some weapon mod types, for example, that would suddenly give them a lot of value. And so like it could modify like what things are good in terms of materials and kind of adjust some of the material pricing in a way that would potentially be beneficial. Like I could just imagine like runes using vials of ink and like parchment and damask and stuff potentially. I'm not sure how you'd necessarily want to do it, but I don't know. Like it does make me think of some of the problems that Guild Wars 2 has of like, okay, we have to find ways to syncing all of the loot that we're giving players. So it's like, okay, we give players a bunch of weapons, but rather than selling them, or like a bunch of stuff, rather than selling it for gold, we want them to salvage it for materials, but now we need to give those material salvages value and et cetera, and it just becomes this cascading mess. And that's why mithril is more common than iron and Tyria. It's ridiculous, but... Isn't that where legendaries come in that just require an absolute ton of mastercraft? Yeah, some of them are. Like, I think the Maguuma jungle / crystal desert ones use just absolute gobs of tier 5 materials because tier 5 mats are just way too common. The legendary relic is ludicrous. It has no valid reason for costing that much lucent crystal. None. It is such atrocious design, and I will rant about this indefinitely. Like, I am still trying to craft that stupid thing just because I need the mystic facets. No, if only it was that small. No, it's like... So you need... In terms of, like, moats, because that's what you're talking about. Lucent moats. Is... Yeah, no. The fact that Legendary Runes allowed you to get it for free is BS. Based upon the price that they made the relic. Like, it's just absolute BS. So it's 3 stacks of lucent crystal for a I forget what they call them. but the thing that you need, plus a relic. So keep in mind, those 3 stacks, that's 7,500 motes. And you need 25 of these. Not some reasonable number like 5. So it's like 750 times 25 times 10 to get the amount of lucent motes that you need. And it's just an absolutely unreasonable number. Like I said, if it was like 5, it'd be like, okay, this is a lot, but tolerable. I think you need another 0 in there, Salty Grease. For motes. I think that might be the crystals count. Because remember, it's 10 motes to a crystal. And it's just an absolutely absurd figure. And I've been, like I said, I've been slowly but surely working on it. But it's like... I think you can buy the things for like 80 to 90 gold on the trading post. And the thing is, I have had all of the other components necessary for making the legendary relic done for like a year or 2. Year and a half. I don't know. I've had them done for a very long time. But the sheer amount of resources you have to drop into the crystals in order to be able to make it is so absurd that I've just been like focusing almost so much of my account's finances into acquiring lucent crystals so that way I can maybe make the freaking relic in like next year sometime, hopefully. Like it's just, and I've literally, it's just so unreasonable. It's just so unreasonable. Especially given how the relic works of like, you don't even get access to all of the relics at once. You have to unlock the relics to be able to use them. And relics are basically a trait slot. It's a non-profession trait slot. And it's just like, why are you, this is such a build central thing. Why are you making this so ridiculous? If you can tell, I'm very salty about the design decisions here. I seriously do want to like march over to ArenaNet and ask what they were thinking. I mean, I would be okay with that in Guild Wars 1. It would be a way to let them sync stuff. It would be nice, but it feels way less impactful on Buildcraft than in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, the legendary functionality should be the default for exotics. Of being able to swap. Because the whole build system assumes that you can change your attributes in order to be able to like respec. And the only way to do that is to change 6 pieces of armor, 6 trinkets, and the things slotted into them, plus your weapons. And it's just an absurd amount. The Guild Wars 2 build system is absolutely atrociously designed in terms of like enabling flexibility and player experimentation. Yeah, it demands legendary stuff in order to be able to like respec and experiment with builds. It's Guild Wars 2 is a game that wants you to net deck, or the equivalent thereof. Because experimenting with your own buildcraft is just, if you don't have legendary stuff, is just not worth it. Exactly. It's a builder's nightmare. From a practical standpoint. Unless you have full legendary gear, in which case, great, you can experiment all you want. And that's why, like, my current thinking, I mean, I'm certainly able to be argued away from this, but my current thinking is that, like, Guild Wars 1 has extraordinarily good core design, but it has a lot of external design stuff around it that I think is suboptimal. Guild Wars 2 is the opposite, where they have a really awful core that they've done a really good job of, like, shoring up everything around it. And they can't quite escape some of the fundamental problems that they have at the core. But Yeah, I've gotten legendary weapons because of the packs on the wizards thingamabob. I don't have... I guess I have the legendary gloves that they enabled you to get on the lightweight from the special fractal event. I don't know why I used pin down there. Yeah, the starter pack made it at all reasonable. I'm actually not terribly far, relatively speaking. And I have 2 legendary sigils as well, which I like. And I want more, but I'm putting all of those resources into getting freaking the relic. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 has a design bloat problem because the reward structures get overly complicated and they have to make things relevant. But I have a legendary sword, dagger, great sword, and axe from the packs. But like I can't invest resources in many resources in other legendaries because I'm too busy trying to accumulate enough funds to finish off the legendary relic. And I want to get legendary runes, and I want to get another 2 legendary sigils, but I wasn't even under attack. Why did you put healing seed on me? Okay, Dark Oak. Give me your vision of ruin. I can go turn this in and finally get Savage Shot, which I've been wanting for who knows how long. And it's like, the thing is, too, with Guild Wars 2, is it feels like it just has way too... Like, it has some very simple concepts that are implemented way too complexly, and that's just a huge issue that I have with it. I will survive. I don't want Savage Shot. I do. Excellent. I have been waiting to unlock Savage Shot for what feels like ages now. Let's go do some urgent warning, shall we? Honestly, the fact that in Guild Wars 2 as well, you have to choose between having defensive stats and offensive stats with your with like your equipment just is so atypical for how design works. I think it makes things quite complicated for a lot of people to process, if I had to guess. And the fact that it makes you choose between being able to take hits and being able to deal damage, I think is a poor design decision as well. Because what ends up happening with that is you can end up making characters that are really tanky and have no ability to deal damage, and then fights just take forever and are tedious and uninteresting. Which I would argue is very poor design. You want to discourage that sort of thing from happening. For Guild Wars 1, they can even make the upgraded hero armors allow you to change the runes freely. I mean, that honestly would be an absolutely enormous reward for hero armor upgrades, is being able to change their runes and insignia freely. That would be amazing. I need to go this way. I'm enjoying talking with chat enough that it's impacting my focus on gameplay. I probably should not have interrupts on my bar right now. But, I mean, I'm just spamming barrage, so it doesn't really matter, but... That's a good problem to have. Oh, yeah, that is a wild line of text. Where did that happen? Or maybe that's just for completing something. I definitely have some heroes that I like to get the hero armor for. Zenmai is top of that list. I think Zenmai's default armor is not very good looking, but I like some of her hero armors. Oh, I think you're probably right, Salty Grease. I am weakened. That is why my damage was terrible. Interesting. Weakness does not lower the setting effect of those. That's very interesting. Man, how long ago was it that they changed over to that system of completing titles to enable? Oh, neat. Because I remember it used to be like your region had favor of the gods based upon whether like who was winning in the Hall of Heroes, but they changed that a long time ago. I think it was a good decision, by the way. Ultimately, even though I think the previous one was more flavorful or like interesting in its own way, it used to be that would lock you out of access to the Underworld and the Fisher of Woe. Wow, that turned out to just be 236 gold, didn't it? I'll take that stoning. What is this? Spirit Rift popping open after the enemy's long dead. Yep, that checks out. I need to remember that I have Antidote Signet on my bar now. I went for so long without it. I'm kind of forgetting that I even have it available to me. Take that Whirlwind. How much is the bonus damage for spells? 28. I kind of feel like doing this I don't know if proper way is the right way of phrasing it, but the normal way of, yeah, Orion's Firestorm and things like that. Spirit Rift is more prone to it, though. I kind of want to go like the normal do missions way to get, instead of running around. I do need to, yeah, there's more areas for skill quests, basically. I kind of like the idea of trying to fill out this book, so. Because it has decent rewards. My goodness, I feel like I've barely filled this out, too, when I look at it. And to be fair, Prophecies has a lot of missions, so. This might be the first character I've taken through Bloodstone Fen in this account. It might not be, but the only other one who might have done it would probably be my warrior, if I had to imagine. Most of them have just run. So. Hello, Jed Levi. Has someone forgotten about those books? I guess so, yeah. I'm not actually sure. You're talking about like the new player character or the new character guide, right? That like do this thing to get experience or whatever. I'm not actually sure. That was probably just them trying to solve another problem of like how do we guide players along. But yeah, for anybody who's starting with the Reforged, make sure you pick up your books in the relevant cities. You will thank yourself later. Wonder how we'll do. A snake bite. I wonder how we'll do in Aurora Glade. I often like to bring minions there, but I don't feel like trying to do that with. I need a turn. With Elias. I'm playing a little loose today too. I can tell. Not necessarily a terrible thing, but might make some of these a little bit harder. I do have pin down, and I do have like that's going to be an area where favorable winds actually is quite useful. You're camping a spot. I think the books in this game, because they added them a lot later too, I think that they were probably added for the same sort of reason as Zaishin coins, is just encourage players to replay stuff as a way of getting various resources and such. I like how Barrage like can hit in a very wonky sort of pattern. Yeah, that's kind of what my thought was. I usually just functionally do the bonus with Aurora Glade. I just like minions basically clog the area up a lot, which feels like it can be helpful. But I also have you know, damage. So that should hopefully help. It can be absolutely brutal in hard mode, though. We'll find out how it goes. This is one of those missions that, like, can be really tough. I wonder if they fixed some of the animation issues that it had, too. That'll be interesting to see. Spider webs always salvage with an expert kit. A regular kit will get you dust, and expert kits will get you silk. It's a pretty substantial difference. Yeah, I think you can still be somewhat new. It's definitely a hard mission, and I have no particular expectation that I will beat it this time. I'm just going to try it and see how I do. Is this the Zealous bowstring? It was. I'm going to slide it down here. I do like the idea of setting myself up with a Zealous short bow. I will think about that later, though. Unless I get a really good short bow drop. There's actually quite a few teams in here. Elder Gretchen, please give quest reward.
May the gods protect
Oh
you.
my goodness, that's a lot of text. See, if this was a max axe of enchanting, it would actually be kind of usable, but it's not. Is there worth a or can be worth a decent amount on identification though? This mission is weirdly long too. Doesn't really have a need to be. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell this stuff. Picking up all of your loot and prophecies can actually be surprisingly lucrative. That's one of the things that I remember from the slow playthrough series, is that I should just get going here with this, shouldn't I? Well, as enchanting damage. Like increased damage while enchanted. But from the slow playthrough series, I really remember Prophecies was like drawn out enough that I actually had time to accumulate resources by the time I was trying to make armor and things like that, and that was not the case in Factions or Nightfall. Because the material cost difference between max armor and just below max is just absolutely freaking enormous. Yeah, somebody actually was talking about getting a axe earlier in the stream there, vanquishing the false. I'm trying to remember if that was salty grease specifically or... Yeah, okay, it was used salty grease. Yeah, kind of like the difference between exotic and extended. Yeah, it's a huge resource difference for a bit of a bump. Except it's probably a little bit more of an extreme in some regards. Like, you definitely want max armor in Guild Wars 1. You don't need Ascended for most stuff in Guild Wars 2. Exotic is good enough. Whereas you don't want to be walking around in non-max armor in Guild Wars 1, because like you can get the stuff that's like 51 AL and you'll be taking increased damage. But it'll be a lot cheaper to make than max stuff. I need to eventually get over there, right? Yeah, but you have to do this whole like walk around and underneath things, and I don't know. Mission is has a weirdly large amount of preamble. Also, weirdly late that the white mantles are showing up. When you're like basically told the white mantle are coming, the white mantle are coming, and it's like, oh, but they're already here, and then it's like, wait, no, where are they? There's some white mantle. I guess they're starting to show up now. But kind of expected to wind up in the middle of a group of them, like right off the bat. Yeah, the ones like, I mean, they have the exotic armor skins, right? But that's still just max armor. It's just a different appearance. Well, we used to call 15k armor because they're all just 15k a piece, but they eventually made a little bit more variety. Yeah, except legendary armor lets you change your stats, which is an absolutely enormous mechanical boon in Guild Wars 2. So I feel like legendary it's the same stat range as ascended, but I mean, you just need legendary rune insignia type functionality. But yeah. It would be neat if they implemented like the wardrobe system and legendary runes and insignia and such, but yeah, there's a different, like, Guild Wars 1 multiple armor sets is probably you're doing some min-maxing. If you have more than just like different headpieces. And I've definitely done a little bit of that in some characters. Or maybe you have like a 55 set. Right? So solo farming, a lot of those builds are going to need some min-maxing, right? Whereas in like Guild Wars 2, it's like, oh, my entire build is favoring this thing, and I have to completely change all of my gear stat loadout in order to be able to do any other sort of build. It's like, you know, if this part right here was tied to your gear entirely, and it's like each piece of armor was one rank in your attributes, sort of thing, almost. We were talking about that earlier, actually. I feel like I have gotten myself vaguely lost, and that seems correct for this mission. A lot of the times, my characters have like multiple armor sets with different insignia loadouts, and mostly just for different appearances. But like on my main account, my assassin has like a radiant set and a night stalker set, I think, but with slightly different rune loadouts, and a survivor set, for example. My elementalists has quite a few different armor sets as well, but most of that is like for different, because I enjoy different appearances. I do like the equipment template system that Guild Wars 2 has, where you can basically store another whole set of gear in another tab, so it's not taking up equipment space. But that's a little bit like the equipment bags in Guild Wars 1. One second. I finished off the water cup that I was using, so I need to cycle my water glasses around so I have a full cup. I'm happy to finally have Savage Shot available to me. Traveler's Elite Druid and Tyrion the Ranger. Yeah. I'm still trying to get enough Destroyer cores for Destroyer gloves on my main account. There's some decent mixed matching that you can do in this game, for sure. A little tricksy to actually figure out what you want, though. Get out of here, pig. That's what the like Deldrimer set was, basically. Is like, here's different pieces for people to experiment with, rather than trying to be an actual set. Okay, I need to go see if I can rescue Les. Yeah, most obsidian armors I don't care for. The only reason why I have any obsidian armor is because a viewer gave me the materials a while back. And I got the female warriors because that's basically the only obsidian armor that I like. Gonna get the bonus for killing the demigod. Man, our bonus is to assassinate the demigod, and assassins didn't even exist when that came out. Man, I need to get Galras Slash on my warrior. I was looking, and I have a bunch of basic sword skills I really need. Not really worth doing it then, eh? Hobby armor is pretty expensive, so... What is giving me a random burst of 15? Something is. I just don't know what. Just the way that I was kind of blending stuff. Plus, I like a lot of warrior skills on ranger. Like using an axe or a hammer can work pretty well. If you're going for like a melee build with a pet. No particularly strong reason though. I just find that the ranger warrior combo is one that I like reasonably well. Is it just me or do these crystals look a little bit better in particular than they used to? I would like it if they could fix the animations for these vines. They're supposed to vanish more instead of going into this state. They broke at some point in time. Okay. Moment of truth. Can I survive? Kind of wishing I had brought a run buff, but I did not. There can be. There's some useful stuff and tactics that you can use as a ranger for sure. There's definitely some. The prophecies characters that I made had a lot more intention because of the skill quests. So, like, I made a Necro Ranger, for example, to unlock some of those skills. Warrior Monk because of course, it's a Warrior Monk. That's just classic. Abbott the Runner here? Yes. And then was it Ellie Mesmer? Yeah, I'm gonna be a little unable to chat right now because I'm gonna be distracted by trying to do this mission. This is kind of a tougher part. Pin down is coming in clutch. Yeah, Whammo. Warrior Monk is just such a classic that I had to do that one. Plus, I wanted to unlock monk skills for heroes. Okay, I think that cleared all of them out. It's a lot easier to do that in normal mode than it is in hard mode. I think snares are a little bit underrated in PvE, but yeah, I know what you mean. It is 15 energy, but you know, at 14 expertise, it's a lot less. Probably like 7 or 8. And it's not like I'm spamming it. But a lot of it, like, I think I did Elementalist Mesmer because that would round out the prophecies professions. And as a matter of, like, wanting to unlock skills and stuff. I like how you can use the enemy's crystal to finish charging that. So, I took a wrong turn. Wait. Took a wrong turn, right? Okay, here it is. Yeah, Conjure Flame is neat, especially with like Kindle Arrows. You can really stack up the buffs, but it's not hard to go and acquire that later if I want it. Yeah, or a Fiery Bowstring. That just means you have to find a Fiery Bowstring. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Mr. Jack. It's a problem that you run into with dervishes a little bit as well. Yeah. Dagger spam in general needs to be addressed. I honestly think that, like, Assassin needs just a huge rebalancing of the dagger attacks to try to make more chains feel PvE viable. Death Blossom should probably not have single target damage and should probably have a longer cooldown. I think if you wanted a generic dagger attack that you can kind of like always bring, you should aim for a different one. Nine-Tail Strike maybe. Yeah, that's the problem. Death Blossom does everything. And it's like, it is 5 energy, 2-second recharge, good single target damage, and AoE damage. Like, it does literally anything, like everything that you want from a dual attack, except for like deep wound and or other conditions or whatever. But like, it does basically like all the things. So it's just way too versatile and good at everything. Yeah. Exactly. Nothing competes with it effectively. Precisely. Jagged is a very mediocre skill. Foxfang is fine, but like Jagged, you wouldn't want to use Jagged except for the fact that it has a 1-second recharge. That's its only thing that it has going for it. And it's funny, but like Foxfangs is the one in that chain that like the 3-second recharge is the long one. And the thing is, Death Blossom's not even an elite. So, like, Assassin's super flexible in what elites they bring because you basically don't need an elite skill. Yeah, it does have fast activation, which is useful. That's true, but, like... Jagged isn't barely worth 5 energy, is kind of my point. And trying to argue that it is feels a little disingenuous. It feels like a 3 energy skill to me.
How can I help?
That's the primary quest. This is not a quest. This is just Kira saying she has her eye on you.
I've heard much of you. I've heard much of you.
And then, like, she sells some skills that... Yay, I guess. I'll have to figure out what skills I'm buying later. However, I kind of want to finish getting through stuff. I mean, Mobius Strike would only be good with Death Blossom then. I still think Mobius Strike is really, really good. And the fact that it can... Basically, the only dual attacks I use the vast majority of the time are Death Blossom and Critical Strike for energy management. Man, this is such a big, interesting outpost, and they do so little with it. It's kind of a shame. I honestly, I think that there's a lot of quests that Henge of Naravi should function as a hub for, instead of us getting them like outside of Antari's Refuge or in Druid's Overlook. Like, there's the one in Druid's Overlook Twisted Fang is really strong. It's just the high energy cost and long recharge make it hard to actually use. The quest that you get from Envoy Arrow, I think you should actually get in Henge of Ravi to go and be like, I haven't gotten a check-in. Go get the information from this person. And then kind of trigger it. But I don't know. There should be more quests here, and there should be a way into Kryta from here that's actually kind of reasonable that you can take for doing quests over in this area. But this area is largely unpopulated, so. And there's other cool dual attacks. One combination that I like is the Palm Strike Elite that cripples, and then into Trampling Ox, which knocks down if they're crippled, and into Falling Spider Strike or Falling Lotus, and then into some other dual attack. And that's a pretty good chain, but you're not encouraged to do a strong single target chain. You're encouraged to spam the strongest skills over and over and over again as much as you can. It's it's a fundamental. I don't know. There's a lot of complicated things going on in that, but a lot of it is just Death Blossom is way too strong. And doing as much as you possibly can is the best thing you can do is with daggers. Slightly ill-timed, but that's okay. I really, really like how dagger attacks are named so logically, where if it's Lotus, it gives you energy. If it's black, it requires a hexed foe. If it's golden, it requires you to be enchanted, and things like that. Lightning Surge, providing the hex and KD needed for the rest to work. I'll look at that in a second. We have fallen under attack. Let's see. This one. Conjure Lightning. Lightning Surge. Yeah, Black Mantis Thrust, Falling Lotus Strike, Trampling Ox, Golden Phoenix Strike, Twisting Fangs. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. Because this is a fast activation, you can probably put that on, get that off, and then once they're knocked down from that, Falling Lotus them, knock them down again with Trampling Ox, and then go into those. And of course, you can always just short circuit, because this is then using the Conjure. You can always just short circuit the Golden Phoenix Strike into things elsewhere as you need to. And if you wanted to kind of make this less reliant on that, you could put Falling Spider Strike in here to come off after a Trampling Ox. Or potentially swap them. I don't know how the energy flow works. But yeah, that's an interesting bar. I'll have to update that if they do skill updates. Because all of the descriptions are just hard-coded in. So if they do skill updates, then I would actually have to... I'd want to update those so that the descriptions that I provide there are accurate. I would like that problem. It's not a bad problem to have. Take that Orson of Healing. There's the statue of Melandru. I always kind of like this little spot with the statue of Melandru down there on the ledge. This is just an absolutely enormous number of trolls. Old Jonas. I always like to pronounce it Jonas instead of Jones because of the two S's. Who knows what it's supposed to be? I certainly don't. He had a son. I sent his bandits wear white. Shadow did. You can leave anytime. Riverside Province. And that's all the more quests from Henjiv and Ravi. Just this one. For a capital city, it really feels lacking. Should go to Maguuma States sometime. But back to that good Kryta music. Highly salvageable. Yeah, that's pretty highly salvageable. Okay, this stuff I'm all gonna chuck into a merchant. I do need to put some things in the Shunlai first. I'm keeping with the old Jonas. Yeah. Alright. Let's drop this stuff off. And then hit up ye old Samuel merchant guy over here. Okay. Anything I want to change before I do this? I don't think so. I think I'm happy with this team comp. Let's see. Marksman's Wager, I'm definitely going to get unlocked and let it sit. Melander's Resilience is another skill that, like, is neat, but is largely impractical. There's some spots where I think it's kind of good, but let's see. I guess I might as well do the bonus here. Yeah, I should easily get to the Crystal Desert today. Doing this and then Sanctum K. And then oh man, favorable winds is nice. Who are the Joneses that everybody's keeping up with? Does anybody know? Like, we talk about keeping up with the Joneses, but, like, is it just that it was a really common last name? Or you can take a lot of pressure off of your healers by snaring melee. We definitely seem to have aggroed a lot of them. Now it's your turn. But we have so many rangers shooting back up that we're able to handle that easily. Yeah. I did it actually in stealth mode the other day. It's kind of interesting. It's a very different feel. But yeah, you're right. The bonus is like, nah. Stealth is for people who can't just wipe everything out. The phrase originates with the comic strip Keeping Up with the Joneses, created by Arthur R. Pop Momand in 1913. The strip ran until 1940 in the New York World and various other newspapers. Yeah, that makes sense. There's just some guy's arbitrary decision. Saedra got a haircut for this disguise. It's very impressive. Dedication. Then she immediately grows it back out afterwards. If you leave no one to spot me, I will be able to sneak through. Right, Saedra. Right. Oh yeah, take that, empathy. Yes, I feel a little vindictive about it. Type 2 stealth. Exactly. Honestly, I like it when stealth games allow you an aggressive, well, I messed up option. Or stealth sequences where it's just like, oh, you got caught, instant game over. I don't like that. Lightning Orb is really trying Vex energy, that's for sure. I haven't played any of the Payday games. I mean, you can definitely take that approach a lot of the times in the Middle-earth Shadow of games. Sometimes in the Batman Arkham games, too. A lot of times, some Assassin's Creeds, it's... you just fail, or there's areas where you just fail, and others just like gotta run away and hide in a hay bale. I like stealth as a tool. I dislike it as a mandatory, I guess, is really what I'm coming down to. Man, a single player like adventure game set in the Guild Wars universe where like you have the professions, but you're playing them in a different style and stuff, and that could be really cool. I'm thinking about various possibilities of like playing as an assassin character. I do wish there was little indicators with the watchtowers that would indicate when you had taken care of everyone at the location, but whatever. It was considered sufficiently disabled for Saedra's stealth operation. I still think Middle-earth Shadow of War is doing a build system kind of like what Guild Wars 2 is trying to do, except better. For the most part. The one issue I have with the game is because you can effectively retrait at any time from the pause menu, it encourages mid-fight min-maxing, which interrupts combat flow, but you almost kind of need that based upon the design, so it's a little clunky. Little white metal sycophants. By Goodle, I mean I dislike them. They are a mean enemy. The psychopants, as I like to call them. Sounds very different in British English than American English because of the different meaning of the word pants. Haha, you fools. The more you bunch together, the easier you are to kill. Bwahaha. Oh yeah, we got our favorable winds going. Oh, I guess the White Metal Seeker was just up on that tower. Okay. We got somebody channeling the power of the gods in order to counteract the Mersat claim at divinity. That's totally what's going on there, right? It is interesting how many like little back ways you can take around here to avoid the watchtower enemies. You think these undead are here because of the scepter? Yeah, probably. Oh my goodness, flatbows have a long range. Look at that. You'd like to see stats on hero use. Jin is pretty low. Probably, yeah. I imagine Margaret is higher just because she's required for some of the Nightfall missions. Yeah, Pyre is probably pretty low on usage as well for similar sorts of reasons. I imagine a lot of the assassin heroes are pretty low too. Oh yeah, this is about to be a whole thing. A lot of the warriors are going to be pretty low. But I can just imagine the low use for Gwen is probably like top of the list because Mesmer, Gwen, Norgu, Raza is probably pretty high up there. Yeah. Miku, I think, is probably going to be pretty low. Assassin and Guild Wars Beyond. J-Re or whatever is almost certainly like atrociously low just because you have to beat hard mode Winds of Change in order to unlock them. Yeah, no thanks on that. I haven't done that on my main account. Target is obstructed. Well, how did we get the target unobstructed? If I had the friggin' expertise sword, I would pull it out and give this guy a wallop. Or at least try to. Well, Vec, this isn't your ball, Court. You are putting your hand back on the keyboard and accidentally hit distracting shot. After scratching your face because it's a she for some reason. Prominence your beloved. I don't know what you're referring to there. Oh, the expertise sword. Yeah, I forget their names. They do have them, though. You're correct. Get back over here. Sure, I can tank for a little bit. Makes a lot of sense, honestly, to encourage Ranger to use sword, just because there's so many energy-based sword skills. Can anybody tell me why Dunkoro is up at the front tanking? Yeah, expertise works on all the attack skills. This is why it works well with dagger spam. And why they made the expertise daggers, I'm sure. He's busy dunking on them. Okay, is there an angle that's not obstructed? There we go, finally. What if I just go through and clear all of them out and then come back for the scepter? What if I do that? That's probably slow and bad. Probably better to just, like, drop it every now and then. I don't know. That's a good question. You can sometimes get in melee range of them, too. Because of the verticality not existing for melee weapons, but... I don't know. I have my ancient story of doing this for the first time on my Elementalist, having half the party drop out, and it was before AI AoE scatter, and just slowly nuking things from range with my belovedly recently acquired Meteor Shower. That was a long time ago. It was like 20 years ago, probably. That's wild to think about. Here I am still playing this game, still going through this mission, and still talking about the same old story. It was very memorable. So can you blame me? I also remember how I'd keep being hard instead of boring. So, you know, there's that. Are you guys shouting at each other? Here. Get arrowed. That's a strong bad thing in Teen Girl Squad. Arrowed. An apostrophe D. Ooh, congratulations on your Vanquish. I like how there's a statue of Melandra right next to Lutgar's Conservatory. In Melandra's Hope. Feels fitting. Hmm. I haven't done serialization questing in a while. I guess mostly because I've been focused on this. Last night I saw a bone dragon. A dragon made of bones? Really? A bone dragon? Where? I mean, you can find one here if you want. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a slog. Some of those superior runes of holding are a wee bit pricey. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. I feel like the 15 ones are good for the most part, but the 20 ones are really nice if you plan on having a lot of gear. I have done that so rarely I wouldn't know offhand. Well, they're not obstructed from right here, and I don't know why, but I'll take it. It might be a Gaki or something. I'm not sure. That is a long column of smoke. That is some serious, like, crazy wood that they've got burning there that's leaving such a sooty atmosphere. Thankfully, that's not a real watchtower over there, probably. Unless that's the one that we have to go around for, which it might be, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that is one we have to kind of go around for a little bit. Just as I suspected. Victory is mine, by which I mean they didn't giant stomp us. I still find it really funny that giant stomp actually just affects everything. Bear and the Sinless. It's a bold name. Somebody who's almost certainly abetting mass murder. But hey, it's according to his religion that he's sinless, after all. Not some other ethical framework. No, I don't like Dunkoro being dead. Elias, have you considered not standing there? No? Apparently not. Apparently the thought of not standing there just didn't cross your mind. Seems like an oversight to me, but... Okay, Elias is back up at least. Come on, Vec, you got this. Good job, Vec. I needed you, and you came through in my hour of need. This is an odd sort of question, but do you think if there were more mechanisms for recharging a generic resurrection signet that heroes could use in PvE, like if it has, like if they gave it a 2-minute cooldown, would that encourage more diversity in secondaries? I feel like it would. It'd be interesting to see if you felt like you weren't locked into using one of the 3 secondaries with a like a hard res. Monk, Ritualist, and Paragon. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Yeah, a lot of it is like, oh, we just want this specific effective power or whatever. Yeah, they might not use the skills. Yeah, for sure. I wonder how long over recharge would be too long. Like if it was 5 minutes, would that be acceptable? Okay, how do I convince the game to shoot up at my target? I don't know. I think I'm just at the mercy of Vec here. Yeah. I get you. That should be all the watchtowers, right? Did I miss one somewhere? I don't have to kill Baron the Sinless in order to be able to do that, right? He's not a watchtower guy, is he? Did I miss a watchtower? I might have missed a watchtower. Hang on, I need to go investigate watchtower message. I don't remember if it's tied to that boss or not. I feel like I think of the end of the mission as being crossing the bridge more than killing that boss, but I also would not be surprised if I missed a watchtower like somewhere in here or something. I feel like there's kind of a weird tricky one in some spots, so might need to take a break after this. I think I hydrated too effectively. Oh, I should get rid of that. It was just about over anyway, but then I think Elias took it, so whatever. What do I know? Yeah, there's a White Mantle Justicar over here. Yeah, I missed this watchtower over here. Man, the White Mantle could totally be reclaiming the Scepter of War right now and I wouldn't even know, but they're not going to because that's not how the game works. I guess the main objective is just take down the Watchtower guards, right? Everything else is kind of secondary. I'm gonna lock Vec onto that. Got the Watchtower guard. At this point, I want to clear these guys out because they're in the way, but by which I mean actively fighting us. You know what would be a really interesting skill? I'm not sure what class it would belong to. But it'd be whenever an enemy strikes you, they become crippled for like 10 seconds. That feels like an Earth Prayers enchantment to me. For playing for 8 hours in the session soon. 7-hour Vank. Oh, it did pop up the 7 hour during your vanquish. Gotcha. It's like, what? Where were you vanquishing that took you 7 hours to vanquish it? Joko's domain? Did your falls run take that long? But no, that's not what you meant at all. Friggin' Joko's domain is so brutal in hard mode. I like this evening or this night skybox. Kind of neat if they used it a little bit more often. Yeah, that's definitely a lot. That's going to take a while regardless. Sure, yeah. That'd be a lot of Guild Warsing. A lot of Guild Warsing. Okay, Scepter of War, I gotcha. Take you across. I'm gonna watch this cutscene for a moment because there's something I want to check. They're using cheer emotes and going huzzah. Yeah, Sadra's here now. So she got here before us somehow.
Oh, the Scepter of Ore. The time for retribution against our oppressors has finally arrived.
I thought the point of stealing the scepter was to keep it from the mantle. How are we going to use it?
We can't, but Vizier Kilbron can. I negotiated a treaty with the...
Yep. The former advisor of the King of War. So on and so forth. Okay, I'm going to take a moment to clean up my inventory. Bicep curls with a staff. Yeah. I've been doing those lately. Major fire magic rune unlocked. Go me, I guess. Nice. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Undertaker's major fast casting. Actually, major fast casting might be worth something right now. I'm going to need to check that. Come on, steel. Just getting all this iron. I don't want iron, I want steel. I want the expert salvage kit to give me rare materials, but whatever. It will do what it will do. Okay, guild hall to do some rune checkage. And then I'm going to take a few minute break because I hydrated effectively. And then we will do Sanctum K. But first, hitting up the Rune Trader. I'm pretty sure Major Fast Casting is just not available right now. Oh, you know, it is totally available and absolutely worth taking out of this. Yes, please give me money. Is Undertaker's worth anything else? Worth a little bit. It's worth salvaging out of here if I'm going to use it. Okay, well, even if I'm not going to use it. Major Fire is probably not worth anything. There's no reason to use a Major Fire. Sentries is a Ranger one that I doubt is worth anything. No, that's Scouts. What is Sentries? Sentries is, well, on his stance. Is that worth anything? Oh, it's worth a little bit. Definitely worth taking out. Scouts is the one that I was thinking of, and that's not probably worth anything. Yeah, Scouts is not terrible, actually. Undertakers I want to use. Sentries I'm going to sell. Elias, congratulations. I'm giving you this. Try to be on your best not dying behavior. Okay, okay. We're going to stand up here and dance, and then I'm going to go take care of things real quick. Who needs a HUD when you're dancing? Okay. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Let's bring back our HUD and leave the guild hall. Hope everyone is still doing well. I am going to hit enter mission. Right, I have to carry stick. Man, some of these missions are just so much more pleasant on a caster. I mean, it wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the part where I was... Like, if I could give this to Vec to carry, that would be amazing. I was drinking water. I forgot about these Inferno Imps for some reason. Probably because they're kind of weak. It can be kind of dangerous, though, because burning deals a lot of damage. Yeah. Man, I remember when druids back in the day was inherently radiant armor, because that's just how it worked. And I didn't know how the armor system worked, so I made... Oh, 2 lumps of charcoal. That's rare. So I made 1 piece of each, like, Aeromancer's armor, because this is my elementals, right? I made a Hydromancer's armor piece, a Pyromancers, Aeromancers, and Geomancers in order to try to get plus armor against all of the elements, not understanding at all in the slightest that that is not how the armor system worked. That applies per piece, not globally. Train chats that the website comment on trade went down and it's been down for 2 days. Wow. So far, so much going on in comment on trade chats. Oh, that's just completely collapsed the trade chat tracker because there's just so much activity. That is wild. I like what the SSAO did. I don't know. Do I have a favorite part of the update so far? I like that it is increasing accessibility and interest in the game. That's kind of a generic sort of answer, isn't it? Hey, Wuji Quest. Well, thank you for saying hello. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the lurkers, too. Although it will always make me think of StarCraft. Good old StarCraft. Those who don't know, the Zerg Lurker is one of the units that evolves from the Hydralisk. And, pretty neat. But it always makes me think of lurkers because of that. And this is a nice area for Judge's Insight. It's funny, I have an NRT that's a BIP, but it's actually for channeling magic instead of restoration magic. Wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Alright, this really slow spirit is very slow. Ha! D-Shot is Reversal of Fortune off of pure predictive luck. Spirit only follows you while you're actively holding the scepter. Which is a little bit slow, but whatever. It's fine. Be nice if we could catch up while I'm in the middle of fights, but it cannot because I need to drop this scepter in order to be able to fight. So. I'll have to see what skills I get in the Crystal Desert. I'm looking forward to finding that out, actually. I'm very happy to finally have Savage Shot, though. That's for sure. Oh, it's been a long time coming. I need to go do some of those on my Monk as well, but I don't think as many of them are as critical feeling as Smoke phantoms. Savage shot. Savage shot just feels like such an intrinsic part of Ranger's skills that not having it was really bothering me a lot. Gozel, the Corruptor, King of the Dwarves. That's a joke for me. Gazel the Wargo being King of the Dwarves, and that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Okay. You can make it. I believe in you. Move your little ghostly legs. If Dead on Stick is still here, by the way, I've caught up with that time I got reincarnated as a slime, and I'm now waiting on book 22 to come out in a language I speak in February. The 8-hour mark for you, eh? I'm not going to hit that today. I'm probably going to go about another hour, hour and a half, somewhere in that range. Kind of what I'm thinking. Roughly 4 hours. All told. Okay, well, he died before I could pin him down. Which I guess makes the pin down irrelevant. Really, when you think about it. The sacred treasure of my now ruined home. Barrage can feel like it's surprisingly broad in its hit range sometimes. I don't know what's up with that. But our poor Spirit of Favorable Winds is not happy. Okay. You can make it. You can make it. Good job. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance that what I'll be doing is a desert tour and then wrapping up there. But we shall see. I mean, there'll definitely be some more skill quests going on in there. I appreciate his contribution to my damage by using Frenzy. Oh yeah, Conjure Lightning definitely has a different icon. Whew. That's way more dramatic. I remember somebody mentioning that now that I see it. But wow. That was... I guess they thought some of the air stuff was not dramatic enough, and that that needed to be rectified. But wow, did they? You know, Elias, you're kind of spreading disease around. That's not really what I'd consider ideal behavior. I feel very good about interrupting that choking gas, even if it was vaguely accidental. Okay, can we... I know I can't do anything about the poison. We are in a poison bog, but aside from making Miyazaki proud, not a whole lot to say about it. My party's not super reliant on casting, so at least the choking gas isn't too big of an issue. Lever time! I find it funny that the Scepter of Ore is such a part of Vizier Kilbron's appearance that he is in fact holding it. No. No. You just giant stomped us like a jerk. Well, I may have missed with Savage Shot, but I still did 100 and some odd damage because his level's so low. Last time I did these, I'm pretty sure I was in a hard mode run, and these missions are a lot easier when they're not in hard mode. I know it's a shock, but... Okay, Vizier. Spawn with your duplicate scepter. I'm going to talk to you once this ghost gets up here. Come on. You can make it.
A sight
for sore eyes, one of the greatest treasures of my now ruined home.
Yep. Come on, Restless Spirit. Yes, here's the Vizier. He's right here. Okay. Restless Spirit. My spirit has been restless, but the Vizier has enabled me to rest. I don't know what's going on that enabled him to rest, but now I can take him to the grave of his family so he can finally find peace. He continues, however, to jog at a pace that can only be described as slow. It's a little frustrating, but what you gonna do? Also, the White Mantle are absolutely wiping out the undead the Vizier summoned, as they are wont to do. Quite typical. But at least now the ghost is following me and will catch up while I'm in the middle of fighting, so that's something. He saunters at a hurried-looking clip that is in fact not hurried. Yeah, exactly. I think a couple smoke phantoms have managed to survive somehow, so that's neat. Come on, Restless Spirit. Yeah, the undead also are just going to have a hard time because, you know, I had never thought about this until just this moment, but the White Mantle have been fighting the undead, and they're known for using Judge's Insight, which is a skill that is particularly adept at making your allies more effective against the undead. And that actually makes a lot of sense that they would use a skill that helps them fight the undead. Huh. Neat. For some reason, that had just never been something that I thought about. I was just like, oh yeah, they just use this or whatever. I think it's the sort of thing that I might have realized at some point if I hadn't just taken enemy skill bars just so much for like, yeah, this is what it is. Just, you know, for granted. But yeah, that's a really clever little bit of narrative design in many regards. Where they have the Judge's Insight on the White Mantle who are fighting undead. Neat. I appreciate that. I get the impression that Searing Heat hurts others more than some. I should probably give Vex some Pyromancer insignia if I haven't already. Also, these ghosts are... The smoke phantoms are hanging around for an inordinately long time. What is Vex? Yeah, Vex got nothing going on except for this superior air magic hat, I guess. Well, that's too late to help there, but it did help against the ward against elements, so... Ghost is doing an okay job of keeping up with us. I think it's one of these... Ah, whatever. Well, it's not like this font's going to do a whole lot other than that. You know, I don't think I've ever had ghosts last quite this long. It's actually pretty impressive. Okay. Now, hopefully they don't trigger the Vizier raising the boat. But I actually have ghosts that are lasting all the way over there to bring in. Like, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, we'll be making use of that soon, I'm sure. This irresistible sweep is actually a very important skill to be having right now. It's really weird to me, incidentally, that the Paragon stance breaking skill is a adrenaline skill. When blocking stances are one of the big things that you want to cancel, and that they also prevent you from building adrenaline effectively. So that's always been a very odd decision to me. Okay, now all we have to do is wait for him to come over here and fall over. I can open my quest log to view updates. Bonus. Complete. I can finally rest in peace. He talks in all chat instead of team chat for some reason, which is also very odd to me. I guess they call it local. Are these things like little cloth things that are supposed to be blowing in the wind, or what's going on with them? I don't know. I feel like they're supposed to be having some sort of physics going on, and they don't. That's okay. The good news is, if you manage to have undead survive all the way down to there, they do not start the defense portion. Also, the Spirit of Favorable Winds I don't think has much time left. Time for boats. If those smoke phantoms get on the boat with us, that'd be pretty cool. I might actually see how they interact with the cutscene if they survive that long, which I expect them to. Because this defense is not especially dangerous. Only a couple mantle coming from us on each side at low intensity intervals. Did I get anything good here? I unlocked a minor soul reaping rune, and that is definitely what I'd classify as something good. Here comes Irwin the Severe. Oh, we've got another couple of dudes over here first. I have gotten very close, but I've never actually completed Cartographer. I keep looking at this little peninsula bit here and being like, there has got to be some cartography going on there. I have, on my main account, I have the character that I've really been trying it on it to get cartography on, or like wham on, is at like probably 99.7% or something in Tyria. Looks like the ghosts are over there now. Okay, smoke phantoms moved. I suppose they are allowed. But I've definitely done a lot of the cartography scraping. It's tedious. Did a bunch of it when doing vanquishing stuff and working on the Vanquisher title. Or titles, I should say. I think there's like 4 connected to it. Okay, time to leave. One more claim resource, maybe. Hurry, onto the boat. We must make our escape.
On the boat. Hurry. We must make our escape.
It looks like they abandoned their ghosty pals that survive. That makes sense. They're not super important to the Vizier. And this is where he convinces us we need to go to the Crystal Desert on this enormous boat. Just absolutely massive. Isn't that enchanter armor? I really like the inspect feature that they added to Guild Wars 2 that lets you inspect people's fashion. So you can figure out what it is in case you want to replicate it. I don't know if I need one of these on my Necromancer character or not, so I'm going to just stick that in the bank for the moment. Any moment you feel like giving me rare crafting materials, I'd be happy to receive them, but apparently not. I guess the 2 lumps of whatever is what qualifies for it. I'll probably be able to get some when I do. Where is... Actually, I should check to see if there's any materials that are randomly like way more valuable, such as, I don't know, iron. Tanned hide is up. What the heck? That's super high for tanned hide. Actually, that doesn't surprise me. Tanned hide's a little hard to get. Cloth being up is also interesting. I think I will sell a stack of cloth. This is unusually valuable for cloth. I guess a lot of people are making armor, and rather than salvaging materials, they're buying them. Certainly a reasonable choice. I'm not going to fault anyone for making it. That's unusual for cloth to be worth anything, though, so I heartily accept. Yeah, wood is not. Chitin is not. Scales are down, actually, a little bit. Bone has decent value. Iron is up a little bit from where it has been. Plant fibers are down. Dust is kind of up a little bit, but I don't feel the need to sell dust right now. Anything particularly exciting in rare material land? I think Damask might be up a little bit. A lot of things seem kind of valuable. Ecto being down are down to 4.7 though, so that's kind of a drop. Obby shards are 4.4. Rubies and sapphires are both worth more than Ecto right now. That's always fun. Yep, I just took a screenshot of that. Fun to follow the markets. I always think of Amber and Jade as being around a plat, give or take a little bit. That's not too terribly surprising. Spearwood planks are never going to have particular value because they're almost useless. You'd think they would be used in some elite ranger armors. Excuse me, but they are not. They are used Nick stuff and the Black Mochik quest, and that's like it. Wait, I don't want to deposit funds yet. I want to grab another ID kit and another expert salvage kit to hang on to. Then I will deposit funds. Slightly fewer funds. Funds nonetheless. Okay. Feng Fa Tai has a quest that I will pick up and probably do at some point in time by accident. Seems to be how it works for me. I just get lost in the salt flats and end up at the spot to do that quest. I really, really like the visual, by the way. Ooh, that looks a little bit different than normal, like that cloud over the front of the sky. Interesting. But I really like the visual of the masts against the sun there. Very pretty. Maybe some adjustments to bloom or something made that look a little different. This is another spot where the ghostly hero is really tall, and it would be... You can see the exclamation point floating inside of him, and it'd be nice if they had more dynamic height with those. It's like they take their position based on their feet, and then the exclamation mark is always drawn at a specific height above that, rather than somehow taking into account the character model. But what do I know about how any of this works? Nothing. I'm just speculating. I also like these pillars. I'm glad that they showed back up in Guild Wars 2, because they're a very iconic part of Crystal Desert for me. These guys are rude with their distracting shot, so you know, I have to try to be just like them. Oh my goodness. Jade Scarabs. Oh, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful thing. Guild Wars 2 might produce bigger numbers, but it cannot compete on the quantity of numbers with Guild Wars 1. It just cannot. And there's something about that quantity that feels really good. Missed it. I feel for poor Vec, but he did manage to get his thing back up. Well, that one was right point blank, so I was able to interrupt it, so that's good. But these guys just spam the ever-living snot out of Chillblains, which is only possible because of sheer quantity, given that's a 25 energy skill. No. Technically speaking, I just needed to hit him with an arrow, but I wanted the faster activation speed of Savage Shot. Since traps are inherently easily interrupted. Unless you're using... There's a skill that makes them no longer easily interrupted, but... I'm not using that, obviously, and these guys certainly aren't, because it's like a Nightfall skill, I want to say? It's an elite, I believe. Yeah, the Crystal Desert is especially, like, there's a lot of fights that you end up getting into here. I might want to load up a running bar. You guys have Plague Touch, I think, so that might not... Crippling them might not be the best plan. No Chillblains. Yeah, I thought Vec needed another BIP, and turns out Elias agreed. Man, the Jade Scarabs just make this area so hostile to enchantments. It's so rough for elementalists. Yeah, go for it. The more the merrier, I say. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Arenat's favorite mechanic, they kept bringing it back over and over again. Yeah, I really do kind of want to grab run skills and start trying to actually run my way through the desert, but there's some spots where that wouldn't work super well. Unless I had, like, I am unstoppable. No, Ranger's not my favorite class. It's definitely arguably up there. I'm quite fond of Dervish and Assassin as well. I enjoy playing Monk. My least favorite class is probably Paragon and Ritualist. But the other ones I overall generally like. There's none that I hate. There's definitely ones that I have different feelings about how well they're designed. But I just happen to be playing this Ranger at the moment. Rituals and Paragon are the two professions that I don't have on this account. I'm quite fond of Warrior, actually. Wary stance is a problem for me. If I'm trying to use Barrage every arrow, for every attack, it'll inherently block me. On Wednesday on the 3rd, I spent the whole day playing Monk and getting my Monk through a considerable amount of factions, so that way I could unlock Healing Burst on this account. Yeah, I would like Paragon a lot better if I felt like his design was a lot better, but it's the issue that I have with it is leadership inherently requires or inherently encourages designs for shouts and chants that which are buff skills typically that affect all allies / party members, and that tends to be incredibly strong, especially in multiples. So Leadership probably shouldn't affect other characters that have leadership, but the fact that it's like the energy management mechanic, and I think that the design should have just been different. Like, if you use a Shatter Chant that affects another ally, then it should trigger, and it probably shouldn't be energy. It should probably give you adrenaline, in my opinion. But yeah, there's different ways that you can kind of approach it. The core concept of kind of a midline support character, I think, is great. It's just the specific implementation leaves, or it generates a lot of problems. And in particular, it's left motivation feeling kind of weak and underwhelming because of having to tone things down because of how powerful it can be in multiples. And then Paragon and Dervish both suffer from just not having a whole lot of skills relative to the other classes. Because if you think about it, they had 2 fewer games to get skills in. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, if you look at motivation in particular, it's like 20-second recharges and stuff. It's just the balancing is just on the slightly weaker end. And it's not like they're bad skills. A lot of them are kind of bland, honestly. It's like, gain health if you do this, gain energy if you do that. Oh, that's what's going on. Of course, Blood Bond is giving me 15 health when I hit enemies. Duh. I've been confused about that. And I've just forgot what skills I put on my characters. And like, if you look at their spear skills, it feels like half of them are conditional deep wounds. Which is not entirely accurate, but it certainly feels that way. Like, the deep wound is useful in that it differentiates it from, like, bow, for example. Which I don't think is a bad thing. Like, you need things that some character classes do that others don't. And it adds value to the combined, like, multi-class system and stuff like that. Shield Bash and Dust Trap. Sure. I just want to merchant this stuff. Where's Sidon? Okay, Great Ritual Priest Zamet. Jorn Kudaba has a skill quest for me. Fear Me and Winnowing. Well, neither are particularly great on Ranger, but here we are. Winnowing arguably a little bit better with minions or something. We'll see how we do against the Hydras. We do have a couple of Rangers which have good resistance to that. And we're not, like, super low leveled, so they're going to hurt, but not, like, horrendously so. Yeah, 48 damage. Keep in mind, my armor against fire is exceptionally high, but... such a moody skybox out here. Well, you enjoy your moods and your friends coming up to join you. I'm going to go this way. Over towards Destiny's Gorge, I guess. Whew. Boy, that is harsh on a lot of my characters. This might be a few more Hydra than we can realistically deal with. If we had a Mesmer taking care of them, probably would be fine. Shouldn't have res done Koro, but whatever. Where did we end up? Up here? Okay, that's not a problem. I really want more story of the history of the human gods. Like, I can understand Arena sort of veering away from it, but there's a lot of open questions about them that I kind of would appreciate some closure on. Even if it's more of an archaeological what they did sort of position. Although I say that, the current stuff going on with Castora and Visions of Eternity has proven interesting so far. And also is addressing some ancient gaps. Probably should give more time for some energy recovery, but whatever. I'm not. The Hydras are fairly sparse out here, thankfully, because they do hit hard. There's a reason why they tend to start including a prop monk and what's available to you out here. Among the henchmen, I mean. Probably when we drop favorable winds is going to be dying too quickly and is too slow to get down. Nice in some of the stuff that I did. But this is making me want to give Vecta Pyromancer's stuff even more, though. That's for sure. Okay, let's give some time to recover from that. It's awkward. This is not a good spot for barrage. Oh, that was too soon. Yeah, I can tank those just fine. Not too many, but you always find it interesting with Crystallizers is just over halfway through the game. Most, if not all, of the enemies are already stronger than max level. Yeah, I mean, the idea is that you become max level by ascending at minimum, because it does, the first time through, will give you a huge quantity of experience points in order to be able to get you to max level. But yeah, it's it really jumps up a good bit by the time you get here, for sure. It is kind of interesting that it's so aggressive so quickly. These guys are a menace. Mantra of Lightning. Really? That's good against us, but I'm just surprised to see it. Still not used to Prot Spirit's HD version. These assets feel like they're from the alpha. Like those weird rock platform thingies over there. They're so strange. They do keep the Hydra numbers fairly small, though, so if you're not engaging too many at once, it's not quite the same as the absolutely overwhelming numbers of scarabs they throw at you. Well, that sucked. If you didn't see what happened, I just had my barrage diverted, which is unfortunate. I think diversion is probably underused in PvE by players. By which I mean I think I underuse it. I can't say anyone else, but I'm going to go ahead and just make my way over to Destiny's Gorge since I'm right next to it and I don't see a need to fight all of these enemies. Okay, now that I'm here, let's go back to Artery Rock and turn in that one quest. Jorn. Thank you. I have unlocked Winnowing. Probably somewhat decent with spirits, or with minions rather, but okay. I'm gonna give you Savage Shot also instead of that. I do kind of want to give back the things, but actually, okay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give back the Pyromancer's insignia that I keep talking about. Why not? Not going to cost that much, and it's going to improve his durability. So I think I accidentally just pulled 10 platinum out of there, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, it's just an Asurnai. There we go. Yeah, I accidentally pulled out 10 plat. Don't know how I did that. Okay, that'll improve his durability a bit, which is desirable in my opinion. And it's a 10 armor against all elements and then an additional 10 versus that one, so. Okay, I think I might... Do I want to go this way, or... Because I often have gone this way to get up to Jade Flats. Maybe I'll just do that. Could drop that and go... Yeah. Wilderness Survival, and then... Oh, I have Natural Stride. Maybe I'll just go like that. See if I can't run my way there. 17, yeah, that has almost full coverage. I went out the wrong door. I should have figured that out faster, but... If I can kind of run my way there, though, that sounds desirable to me. Rather than spending a bunch of time fighting all the enemies. Oh, though for that, I probably do want to bring Troll Unguent, just in case I need a heal. Heal Signet would also be good, but I don't want us back into tactics. I haven't done proper running in a while. Natural Stride does help provide some additional defense. Have I played Assassin? Yes. I've played all of the professions extensively. Hopefully there's no pop-ups over here. I don't remember, but yeah, okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay. It's not a good run speed skill here because of... Natural Stride gets ended when they hex you, but I'm close enough to the gate that it shouldn't be a problem. A little bit of degen's not going to be an issue either. Okay, this area might be a little bit rougher. Interesting seeing who manages to not have D. I'm gonna just put everybody on avoid combat for now. See how well they can keep up. I don't expect too much from them though. Should be up there, I think. I don't know, I'm not really running off of the map. This is fogged over anyway, largely. That's what I'm looking for over there. Running based upon my memory of actual geography. So one of the things that I want to do in Guild Wars 2 is do a playthrough with the minimap turned off, which I have fortunately confirmed that you are in fact able to do if you want to. That's probably an unnecessary Troll Unguent, but it felt like a good idea. I'm probably only going to do the running stuff in certain select spots here. Get Seeker's Passage. I do want to grab Turz's quest. Another skill quest. Tiger's Fury and Bull Strike. Okay. Well, I'll pick those up. Let's go Heroes Audience then. Get those on my map. Running from Heroes. That area is rough though, because there's a lot of knockdown effects. If I had I Am Unstoppable, I would feel better about it. I don't think I have Balanced Stance. Balanced Stance is not really... Oh, I do have Balanced Stance. Balanced Stance is not really the skill you want to be using there anyway, but I do have it, so that's good to be aware of, I suppose. I'm Unstoppable is a shout, and therefore it does not cancel your stances. What you do with Warrior is you'd use Charge and Balance Stance at the same time, at least back in the day. Obviously, there's some other alternatives now. There's Dervish anti-knockdown skills, for example, that I think of, but I Am Unstoppable is kind of a gold standard in terms of anti-knockdown. And I don't have it. Haven't done a whole lot of Eye of the North on this account, quite frankly. I mean, it's going to be important. It's something that I'm going to need to get to, but it's easy to get the skills there. But I am a little concerned about this. There's the sand elementals with shock, and there's the worms that can knock you down as well. So, and you can randomly run across a trap, which is also not great for you. But Hero's Audience is just over there. Not yet taken over by Skrit. Leave that's the story there. I saw one thing ending, and I definitely used Natural Stride too early, but that's okay. I'll just take a few seconds to apply Trolling you in for safety, I guess. It lasts 13 seconds, which is a weird duration, but it covers the recharge and the recast, so. Okay, good. You can go over that dune. You never know in this game what random piece of geometry you can walk on and what you can't. I'd like to avoid interacting with the elementals if I can. Because, again, shock is a concern for me. Okay. I feel good about that. I'm going to go back to Seekers. I want to do Terz's quest and put these guys back to guard because we're going to go back into fighting things. I don't need wilderness survival anymore. Tactics go away. Just going to spec in these again. What did I have there? You'd think... Oh, wow. Power Shot looks different. You'd think I'd remember. Like it was important or something. Had Whirling Defense. Oh, yeah, and Pin Down. Pin Down's not really doing a whole lot here, though. Is there something that I'd like more? Maybe Throw Dirt, actually, is not terrible there. And some of those melee enemies get right up on top of us. I like that plan. That seems like a reasonable one. I'm going to quickly check something. List. I can probably just click that, actually. Crystal Desert. So I think... Oh, yeah, I still need to do those ones. Okay. Lost Princess gives Balanced Stance and Edge of Extinction. So Balanced Stance I already have. That's interesting to note. Into the Unknown, Ghostly Vengeance, Forgotten Ones, Bladed Betrothal, and I can't do Misplaced Sword because that requires you to be prophecies only. Dropping Eve's Blood and Smoke, Price of Steel, Eye for Profit. I already did that one. That's got Antidote Signet. I'm just looking through the skill quests. I just was reminded of the Fisherman's Haven and other ones. I wanted to get those, so I'm going to actually leave Let's do this one first and go to Ilona Reach, and then I'm gonna go hit up the stuff over there. Because I think that makes a lot of sense. These guys are gonna be a problem. I don't mind the soothing images, although soothing images is it's the clumsiness that I have the real concern with. But I want to remember to go to Fisherman's Haven and Temple of Ages and get the stuff there. There's 2 skill quests in Fisherman's Haven and 1 in Temple of Ages, so looking over the skill acquisition quests reminded me of them, and I don't know why they call it skill acquisition quest because, I mean, it's not wrong, but it's like a mouthful. Most people just call them skill quests, but the wiki page is a list of skill acquisition quests, so. Gonna be a lot slower now that I'm fighting stuff, though, instead of running. It's kind of unavoidable. Yeah, I probably could run some of this, but there might be areas where I get surrounded by Jade Scarabs at teleporters and things like that. And well, that was... Where are all these dust traps hanging out, huh? You're allowed to attack without me. Well, if I want people to do that, I should set them to aggressive. It was actually quite a useful setting on my monk. Yeah, this whole area is... Can I go down on any of this? No, I didn't think so. I think I have to go around to where these guys are and go down. All of these enemy spawns are like random encounters. You're just walking along and then boom, enemies. Yeah, you can see some of the occlusion right there, which is kind of neat. Man, I really get the impression that some of the AoE stuff that we have is not being as effective here because enemies are a little bit more staggered around or clumpy or something. Or not like there's maybe 2 of them at a time if you're lucky sort of thing. I don't know. Statue of Glint over there off to the side. Battle pick, not to be confused with lockpick. There's Chebar. And there's the teleporter I want to take to get to the other side. So they line up nicely. 4 hours. Please take a break. I will, in fact, take a break in a little bit. I think they had to add that for, like, Korean cafe law, like net cafe laws or something. It was not the how long you'd been playing thing was not a original part of the original release. I remember it being added at some point in time, and people complaining about it a little bit because people complain about everything. It's very unobtrusive, but like I said, people complain about anything and everything, so. Yeah, that guy's further back. I have to look at their shadows. Hard to tell just looking at them. Clumsiness spam is very irritating. Let's see. I need to get over there somewhere, I think. This little spot is kind of terrible. You know what? Let's just go off aggro and walk. I don't know what we get out of fighting these guys but a headache, so. If you could, I don't know, heal me, Dunkoro? Okay, whatever. Let's just get everybody to actually fight. It'll be fine. I was mostly trying to avoid these the enemies because it felt like it was more hassle than it was worth, but they're going to be this much hassle, and then it's more hassle not to fight them. Look, I'm rewarded with a purple battle pick. Is that any good? Probably not. Nope. Ironically, it gives more damage while hexed, which is not bad against these guys. There's Senate Sen, who is the guy that I always accidentally walk by. I mentioned him. That one quest that I picked up in Amnoon a while ago. How long ago? I couldn't tell you. I've been not keeping track of that sort of thing. Rare materials crafter. That quest is there to lead you to somebody who can make some rare materials, so not terribly surprising. They've actually had a couple quests like that that are like, go to this artisan who can craft you some rare stuff. There's a spot where you can go down. I don't know why. One place or not another or whatever. Oh, look, it's more Jade Scarabs. Everybody's favorite. By everybody's favorite, I mean, why? Too many Jade Scarabs. Could be worse. Could be friggin' Mantids and Char Homelands. Those are my least favorite enemies in the game. Okay. Am I left alone now? Please, thank you. I just want to get to Ilona Reach. Is that too much to ask? Okay. What do we got? Something about these being positional makes them pretty easy to remember, I feel like. I don't know. The fact that they're all used once and are positional, I think works really well for making it, like, not terrible. Arena certainly still likes to use Simon Says type games, so. have them all over the place in Guild Wars 2. That and push the right button on the skill bar and the time limit. Which can feel like variants on each other. What? Oh. I'm like, why am I not picking this up? And then I discovered that my mouse had somehow slipped all the way over to OBS. And I managed to avoid accidentally pushing something weird. So that's good. That's the good news. Nope. Nope. I'm ignoring you. I am ignoring you and running over to the zone portal. Thank you. Yeah, no earthquakes, thanks. Second coming of the guys from the Jade Brotherhood mages. That would be a weird bug for Annette. When I pick up this item in the Crystal Desert, my stream ends. Please help. That would be a really funny bug. Yeah, smashing semicolon is my select nearest interactable object button. And I was mashing that in OBS. Okay. That, and then that, and then that, and then that. And then walk through this zone portal. Past the field of skeletons. So many Jade Scarabs. Why? I am not particularly fond of pop-up mobs in this game, and it is definitely one of the things that I level as a critique against it. I don't mind some, but it's an overused concept, particularly in Prophecies. They got better about it later on, but Prophecies has a lot of pop-up mobs. Has Devourers insert the entire map here. It has the Scarabs in various places. It has the spiders dropping down in the Maguuma jungle, for example. There's a lot of like pop-up mobs in Prophecies, and it is, as much as I love Prophecies, and I do, it is definitely one of the unfortunate like blights on it. It's just a bit overused by a lot. If it was just Devourers, for example, it'd be like one thing. Yeah, the random encounters definitely like were a thing, but it feels different when you're taken into a different battle arena, I will say. Like, if combat was always that way, that'd be one thing. And like I said, it's how overused it is that starts to get to me. Yeah, my memory's correct. It's over there. Into there to get to Lona Reach. Not going to do any of the Crystal Desert missions today, but may start doing them next week. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing stream-wise closer to the holidays. That's a good question that I should be asking myself that I hadn't thought about. Topaz Crest, yes please. Look at those lovely, lovely scales. Leuven Underwood. Well, there's not a whole lot of trees around here, but there are a lot of wooden things. Well enchanted Warhammer. Well enchanted Ascalon Flatbow. Okay. Back to Seeker's Passage. Hey, it turns out he wanted to marry you. Have this ring. Tiger's Fury. Yeah, all of your non-attack skills are disabled for 5 seconds, and then you attack faster for... Oh, it's only 25%. If it's 33%, it'd be a little bit better, I suppose. And I want these skills to be, I don't know, feel more usable or something. Okay, I need to go back to Sanctum K because I remembered Fisherman's Haven exists, and I wanted to go there. Zone. I might set up that running build again after I go through here. Yep, still have some of those crazy frame drops happening in places here, but that's okay. Look, more Chillblade spamming enemies. Just perfect for my poor Vec to have to deal with. You guys, I stream at 30 FPS, so you guys might not be feeling some of the frame rate drops. Fisherman's Haven is a little annoying to get around too. This guy sells the not quite max armor, and you can see like only 250 gold and 24, and it's 9 points off of max. So like that's pretty cheap. And then you go to max stuff, and it's going to be like, you know, 75 tanned hide plus something else and 1 platinum. It's just like the cost for max versus non-max armor are just hugely different, which I'm generally speaking okay with, but it does mean that getting max armor is suddenly a huge price increase, which can be very difficult, especially in Factions of Nightfall. I don't know why I used Antidote Signet there. I've just been on fire enough that it felt like the thing to do. Presumably you dump a bucket of water on yourself when you use Antidote Signet while you're on fire. That's the antidote to being on fire, right? Stop, drop, and roll, alternatively. Level 13 Oak which seems weirdly weak. Elias dealing with Milani running into traps. Yeah, I definitely want a running build. I don't think I'm going to do all of this now. I'm going to want to wrap up pretty soon. Because somebody wants to eat, and that somebody is me. I'm going to at least get to Fisherman's Haven and grab the quests so I can remember to do them next time. I did Pointed Beak. I like this little inland body of water. It's kind of neat. That guy is a lot more densely packed than I realized. It is bad for the frame rate in here. It's weird. It's weird that this map is especially bad for frame rates, but my experience. I'm gonna check something. Yeah, she has it. So there must be a skill quest that gives you called shot that I'm guessing is before some of the stuff that I've done. Because I don't think this character has it. No. Yeah, I have Genesis of Akvisuke. I believe these salvage the scales. Yeah, I should definitely salvage those to scales. They're going to be worth a lot more that way. Surprisingly valuable materials out here. Nice, improved sale value. Just gonna take a moment to ID stuff because I feel like it. Yay, stealing it. A lot of hexes getting flung around. These guys also drop a collectible trophy that salvages to scales. It's useful to know that and to collect them. You'd think skull masks would salvage to bone, but they're actually made of metal, which is always something that's thrown me a little bit since I realized that. There's Fisherman's Haven. I'm just gonna make my way in. I don't feel a need to fight these guys right outside of the town unless they really, really push the point, and they are not. Good old Edge of Extinction and Savage Slash and Concussion Shot. I was wanting Concussion Shot, so that will be nice to pick up. I think I salvaged everything that I wanted to. Drop my materials off here. Okay, excellent. And then Carney. I'd like to sell you some nonsense I don't need. Thank you. Okay, let's stick. Yeah, okay, I got the royal papers there. All right, that's going to go ahead and do it for me for today for this stream. I need to go get some food because I'm hungry. But it's been fun. Hope everyone is doing well, enjoying the heightened activity. For those who are playing the game for the first time, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it too. But that, like I said, is going to be it for me for today. So until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.